The last, bring us to your holy city, the new Jerusalem, where we shall all know perfect unity and peace. And today, Almighty God, we acknowledge you have given us this good land as our heritage. Send down on those who hold public office, especially our commissioners, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reverend Arteo, will you please stand? First, I'd like to say thank you for petitioning heaven on our behalf. Jesus did declare that the government will be upon his shoulder. Right. And thank you for that, reminding us of that. And by these presents be it known that Pastor Roger Otero, pastor of the Revelation of Burns Memorial Methodist Church, is our chaplain of the day. May your spiritual guidance and exemplary civic leadership stands as a lasting model for all citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand this day, 19th day of August, 2025, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. And thank you again so very much.
Taro, thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you for that prayer. It's much needed. Madam Clerk, let's move on, but before we do, I have to take a point of personal privilege because the month of August is known as Agricultural Month, and one of Georgia's #1 businesses is agribusiness. And today we're here not to proclaim August as Agriculture Month, but to recognize two titans in our farming community that are here in these chambers. So on behalf of the City of Augusta, the Office of Mayor, and the colleagues that I serve, I have a proclamation in recognition of Agriculture Month and Loretta and Samuel Adderson. Whereas Augusta-Richmond County proudly recognizes the vital role of agriculture in sustaining our community's history, economy, and culture, and designates August 2025 as Agriculture Month in Augusta. Whereas Mrs. Loretta Stevens Adderson, born, I'm not going to say her born date, in rural community of Keysville, Gulfport County, Georgia, was instilled with the values of hard work, stewardship, and community service. Whereas a proud graduate of Waynesboro High and Industrial School and Savannah State College, Mrs. Addison has devoted her life to advancing nutrition education, increasing food access, and preserving the rural farming traditions that continue to strengthen the Augusta's cultural and economic foundation. Whereas her devoted husband, Mr. Samuel E. Adderson, brought his background in mathematics and engineering to their shared vision, working alongside Mrs. Addison to establish Addison's Fresh Produce and Historic Black Farm, a vibrant hub of agricultural enterprise, cultural preservation, and community engagement. Whereas through their mentorship, storytelling, and advocacy, the Addisons have cultivated not only bountiful harvests, but also a generation of future leaders, advocates, and entrepreneurs in agriculture. Whereas to honor their extraordinary contributions and preserve their legacy, the Addison Legacy in Agriculture Award is hereby established. Whereas this award will recognize individuals or organizations whose work exemplifies visionary leadership, mentorship, cultural preservation, and a steadfast commitment to sustainable agriculture. Whereas this award shall stand as a living tribute to Loretta and Samuel Adderson's extraordinary life work and shall inspire generations to honor the land, uplift their communities, and cultivate a legacy of resilience, service, and love. Now, therefore, I, Garnett Johnson, mayor of this great city, on behalf of the 10 colleagues that I serve with here in Augusta, Georgia, do hereby proclaim August 2025 as Agriculture Month in Augusta, Georgia, and further proclaim that the Addison Legacy in Agriculture Award shall hereafter be administered annually by Growing Augusta, arts and agriculture, an agency whose mission reflects the Addison's values of equity, education, and environmental responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the Addisons. And I'm asking them to come up front. I was told this mic works. Before we take some pictures, Ms. Addison, you wanted to share a few words with the community. Is that correct?
Yes, I would just like to say on behalf of the Addison Fresh Produce and our team of outstanding farmers and customers and friends, those of you who've come a long way to be with us, I want to say thanks to you. But this is indeed an honor. It's an honor for us to accept this award and this recognition today. You know, we believe in agriculture. We believe in farming. We believe in nutrition. So that's what I want to say today, and I'm encouraging you to support Georgia agriculture, support Burke County, Richmond County, all of the counties. You know, I just feel that this is just such a blessing to us. We have been on this journey. Oh my God. You know, because I think about my mom and dad back when it was hard. And you know, sometimes right here on the farm, and it's getting harder now, but you know, we're going to persevere. Yeah. You know, the hot days when okay, go ahead.
I just want to say this is a great honor. I want to thank the commissioner and especially the mayor. Like Loretta was trying to say, what we do is not easy. But every once in a while, someone would come along and say, wow, we appreciate what you guys are doing, and that kind of pep us up, and that's a spark. But this honor today is a little bit bigger than a spark. It's like a flame. I thank you.
All right, we have one more presentation. Girl Augusta. I'll hand you the mic.
All right. Well, they said a mouthful, and he spoke about a flame. And so we want this award today to ignite flames throughout our area and our region, bringing awareness to agriculture. Georgia's #1 industry, like the mayor stated. It brings over $90 billion here in the state's economy, and it grows over 300,000 jobs here in Georgia. In the CSRA, our farmers are not only growers, they are the roots of our economy, the cultivators of knowledge, and the seed of innovation. Today, we honor Loretta and Samuel Addison. Their legacy reminds us that when we sow into our land, we reap prosperity for generations to come. And celebrating them, we also celebrate the promise of greater investment, fresh innovation, and future cultivated right here in our Georgia soils and communities. Together, let us continue to plant with purpose, water with wisdom, and harvest with hope. For agriculture is not just our past, it is the promise of our future.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We're going to take a few pictures here, okay? All right. Farmer community, all friends, farmer community, and help out to all that. Come on down. Woo-hoo.
Come on.
You going to the other side? Yes, ma'am.
But you missed that?
I like them. No, they're perfect. They're absolutely perfect. No, they're
But the,
No problem.
I didn't want to make roads.
Okay, Rose. We feel like, yeah,
All
I
people in
should
the
get
middle.
them.
Loved your comments, man.
All right. Mr. and Miss Addison, I just got one more request. Y'all have to make one more stop and get a picture out in front of that Augusta sign right outside these chambers here. Thank y'all so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Addersons. Ron, I think we got a record crowd here today. All right. We gotta wait for her. We'll be all right on this. All right, Ms. Bonner. Call this meeting back to order. I think we're ready now for recognitions.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. I call your attention to the recognition portion of our agenda. Item number A, the Augusta Commission would like to offer its congratulations to our 2025 July Years of Service 20 to 50 year recipients. Ms. Rickard.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Before we get into the years of service recognition, I would like to just mention our employee recognition, our Employee of the Month. Mayor Johnson, the Employee Recognition Committee has selected Latangela McGee as the July 2025 Employee of the Month for Augusta, Georgia. Latangela McGee is an asset support analyst in the Information Technology Department. She has been with the department since March 2024. Tangi, as we affectionately call her, displayed exceptional performance, resilience, and professionalism during a particularly challenging time for our department when we lost a valued team member. Tangi voluntarily stepped in to take on number of additional responsibilities that were outside of her regular role, many which required her to quickly get up to speed with unfamiliar tasks and processes. She approached the challenge with remarkable initiative and determination. Based on the nomination, Latangela McGee, outstanding contribution to the Information Technology Department and service of Augusta, Georgia, the Employee Recognition Committee would appreciate you joining us in recognizing Latangela McGee as July 2025 Employee of the Month. Again, this portion is for our years of service recipients. It is an absolute joy that HR department gets to recognize our employees on this behalf. For the month of July 2025, we had 27 employees celebrate 5 to 50 years of services for Augusta. This afternoon, we'd like to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service. For the month of July, the total years of service and institutional knowledge being celebrated today is 280 years. Yeah. So when I call your name, please come forward. Bobby Robinson, Utilities, 30 years. Michael Trapp, Sheriff's Office, 25 years.
Tina, you've been requested. Come on down, Tina. You've been requested.
Lysandra Corley, Housing and Community Development, 25 years. Again, congratulations to our years of service recipients.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our Employee of the Month and Year Service Award winners. 288 years. Thank you for your commitment, not only to the city of Augusta, but for this community. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th with a point of personal privilege for item B. Madam Clerk, if you will, for the record, please read it in.
Item B is the introduction of Richmond County's newest school system superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner from the 5th, you have the floor, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my esteemed privilege and honor to bring before the community. I know she was presented during her overwhelming and excited nomination to the school board at the school board itself, but I felt it was important that we bring her before the commission, that we also present her again to the community. The school board, the school system, led by our new superintendent, has a very unique and special privilege of grooming and leading our future leaders, our future success of our community. And it's far time for us to ensure that two of the most significant bodies that impact every single person in our county government come together at a point of solidarity, but also make a public statement to everyone. The hard work, the hard dedication, but more importantly, the newfound collaboration. Gentlemen, I want you all to understand we are all elected officials. We have our swim lanes that we operate in, but we also make sure that we need to understand that there's so much connectivity and overlap in each and everything that we do. And it's far time for us to make sure that our community understands that two of these significant bodies of dynamic personnel working together for the greater good of our area. So we're going to ask Dr. Melinda Cobb, and we're going to ask the board president, Ms. Stovall, to please come forward and render some words. If you all would please help me in welcoming in Richmond County School System's new superintendent, Dr. Melinda Cobb.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shonda Stovall. I am the current president of the Richmond County Board of Education. On Tuesday, August 12th, we had the privilege of electing our new superintendent who will lead our school system into the future. We chose in a vote of 6-4, Dr. Melinda Cobb. It was a very tough decision, but we chose someone who we believe that had a stake in the game. We heard from our community, we heard from our students, our teachers, our faculty and staff, and Dr. Cobb received overwhelming support because not only is she a citizen of Richmond County, but she also has a child in our school system. And so we're ready, no matter what is said about our city, no matter what is said about our school system, we absolutely believe in the students, the teachers, the parents, the families of Richmond County and the Richmond County school system. So on behalf of my colleagues here with me, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Melinda Cobb, our new superintendent of schools.
Thank you, Ms. Stovall, Commissioners, Mayor Johnson, Administrator Allen. Thank you for inviting me here today. I do want to acknowledge our entire board. They are here with us today. If you guys would all please stand. We also have our school board attorney, and Mr. Hanna is with us back here as well, and some of our folks from CTAE. So I did want them to just stand for a few moments and for us to give them our round of appreciation for their work as well. So Commissioner Clark asked me if I could just make a couple of remarks about kind of the vision, where we want to go, and the partnership and the value that we see coming together. This is a really big deal for us to be here today, and so I want to thank you for that. As we go into this first 90 days of the superintendency, I would say to our community, you can expect to see a continued focus on a safe and secure operation of our school system. But I want to be honest and tell you, a safe and secure learning environment, it begins at home and in the community. And we want to acknowledge and thank Sheriff Brantley and his staff for supporting our schools during the first week of school, collaborating with us to communicate the importance of the curfew and for immediately responding to our calls for support. Because as a community, we have to really remain engaged. And I invite everyone here and our commissioners to come out and read to a class, mentor a student, and just come out and support our athletic programs and come out and cheer on a team. And someone said, well, I don't have a team. I said, it's okay, pick the one closest to your home. Swing by your local CVS or Walgreens and pick up some spirit gear and come on out to our games. But you can also expect to see us really ramping up our two-way communication. That's a big part of our strategic plan. We'll hold our second monthly virtual town hall session on Thursday, August the 28th at 5:30. And the topic this month is going to be special education. We chose that topic because it had the highest volume of questions and calls from our parents. We're also going to begin a 3-part listening tour where we are going to go out and just listen to our Richmond County families and community. Those town halls will be one traditional one in an auditorium. We're going to have one in a coffee house, and we're going to have a tent set up at the Arts and the Heart Festival in the family section. So once those dates are released, we're hoping all of you will come out and join us. Know that academically, we are going to continue to focus on increasing student achievement. Our instructional framework, it continues to focus on our 4 anchor goals, which is literacy, making sure every kid's reading on grade level by 3rd grade and then staying on grade level. Life beyond the classroom. That means that we want to make sure they graduate with a plan for enrollment, enlistment, or employment. We want them to have a growth mindset. You might not have it today, but that doesn't mean you won't get it. So we always call it the power of, I don't have it yet. And then the last one is graduating on time with your cohort of peers. Because with meaningful partnerships like we have, one I want to highlight is like with the Augusta Richmond County Public Library, we were able to keep our students reading throughout the summer. We had 241 students this summer from 35 different schools participate in our summer reading program. We want to thank the city government for being an invaluable partner. You guys show up as guest speakers. You provide in-class field trips. You provide on-site field trips. We had an amazing integrated stormwater art project. You take them in as interns. Our partnership with the Junior Achievement Discovery Center. The list just goes on. And sometimes I think people don't know about those collaborations that already exist. I have to take a moment to highlight our newest partnership that we're looking forward to creating with Administrator Tamika Allen and her team as we prepare to pilot some collaborative after-school programming and tutoring taking place at 3 of our recreation centers. We're still in the early stages of that, but we're really excited about targeting those middle and high school students to keep them engaged. So as we close, I want to say we are well aware of some of the challenges that our students and families face, but we know that we'll take this entire community working together to help overcome those challenges. But we also know that this task is not insurmountable. And I remain extremely encouraged that we are up to the task, both the school system and our community at large. So our vision is to prepare every student to thrive, adapt, and lead in an ever-changing world, and that vision is based on the belief that education is a shared responsibility, the core of what we're doing here today. So as opportunities to support our students arise, I hope that all of you will remain engaged and seek to support where you can. Thank you.
Now I'm going to ask Dr. Cobb and the school board if you all will come to the front. And as they're making their way to the front up here, I also want to give special acknowledgement to Venus Kane. I volunteered when I came on the commission to be the go-between between the commission and the school board. My go-between, my ace in the hole, Venus Kane, who has given so much to the community through her service. I appreciate you and all your hard work and willingness to just help bridge these gaps. This is a very essential first step in ensuring that you all understand and receive what you need and require of us as your elected officials, from this body to theirs. We serve our public, but we're going to start doing it a heck of a lot more collaboratively and a heck of a lot more effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all could join us up front, colleagues, Mr. Mayor, if you all could join us down here as well so that we can capture this moment. Yeah, we all going.
That's what I'm saying. This was, I was sorry.
All right, we're going to do this like the military. If you are shorter than the person in front of you, please move forward.
I didn't want to leave without speaking to you. Congratulations. You was
Good, good to see you. Are y'all?
How are you?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Optimistic soul.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our Richmond County School System new superintendent and commission board. What a time, and what a task. Madam Clerk, we got a long delegation. We're about to get to it, so it's time. Let's go with it.
Okay. Our first delegation, item C, Ms. Deborah Estep, regarding digital accessibility and transparency, closed captioning to the government's YouTube and subject markers, etc.
All right. Ms. Estep, you here? Mm-hmm. Welcome, madam.
Thank you.
For the record, please state your name and address.
Deborah Estep, 1523 Johns Road.
Madam, you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Okay. My topic today is accessibility, accountability, and current tools. I want to start by giving credit where credit is due. Many of our meeting videos already include closed captions, and that effort matters. I did notice a few missing as of yesterday, and I have screenshots, so they may already have been updated. This is not a criticism, it's a reminder that consistency builds trust, and when captions are missing, accountability slips. But captions alone are not enough. We need to make sure meetings are easier to follow and reference. That means adding timestamps and speaker names. It takes just minutes, but it saves hours. Right now, we waste time circling semantics, repeating arguments, and watching civil servants and citizens sit through meetings only to be pushed off the agenda or left waiting while votes are delayed. When labeled sections, anyone can go straight to what matters, what was said, who said it, and when. It's simple, cost-free, and it avoids any gray areas with scraping or unofficial data. This brings me to the Charter Committee. This is a talk of a strong mayor system, and I want to be clear, no matter how anyone feels about the current mayor, concentrating more power in one office is the wrong fix. Mayors change, but structures remain. The real opportunity is adding both a city manager and a city administrator. Those roles make governance work better by catching the responsibilities that keep falling through the cracks. They create balance, coordination, and accountability rather than imbalance and concentration of power. The truth is, citizens have been giving feedback for years. Workers, teachers, business owners, activists, people in crisis, we show up and speak, and too often our advice is absorbed and then ignored. Forming another committee will not fix that. If advice wasn't taken before, why believe it will be taken now? The problem isn't lack of input, the problem is refusing to use the tools we already have. And the burden should not fall on citizens to chase officials, to remind them, to babysit them. When lives and livelihoods are at stake, it is no longer a game. This body won't act, the community already is. We're building connections, creating tools, and holding each other accountable. We know what we are not getting, and we know what we need to survive. Trust is already broken. Words will not rebuild it, only action will. When I attend these meetings, I shake hands with those who I know show up for community. This is my code of conduct. Presence is not politics, it's accountability. Yet too often absence is rewarded and presence is punished, and that has to stop. Think of it like parenting. When one parent is absent and the one who shows up carries the weight, not because they failed, but because they were there. And that's what we are doing now to a lot of our civil servants who people rush at the end of meetings because they know they will listen, but then they hold the blame for things that are not happening as a group. This is not a chessboard, it's not a game. We need full accountability, not blame and not delay. It is what you say, it is not what you say, it's what you do. And if you're present, if you're accountable, then I want to shake your hand because that is what the city needs. Our words only matter when they are proven by work, and trust will only be rebuilt through action. And it starts now with using tools we already have. Valuing presence and governance is something people's lives depend on, and that's the end. Sorry. I also have a list of all the different YouTube non-closed captioning videos. There was not a ton of them, and I don't see any pattern in why. And it also gives you a tutorial on how to do that. It should take about 15 minutes per hour of video.
Ms. Estep, thank you so much for being here. Madam Clerk, is there anything additional? I see you're in the queue.
I am.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
No, sir.
Okay, you're not. All right. Ms. Estep, thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our next delegation, item D, Mr. Mike Samadi, regarding code enforcement issues.
Good afternoon, Mr. Samadi. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Mike Samadi. The address in question is 1022 River Ridge Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
I need the address where you live, sir. Your address.
My address is 1817 Prince George Avenue, Evans, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
I'm going to reference what Ms. Deborah Stepp right before me mentioned, as well as what Commissioner Clark says. Commissioner Clark just mentioned in many, many words that you are here to help taxpayers and serve taxpayers. And correct me if I'm wrong. And Ms. Stepp just addressed also that accountability. You have the tools and accountability. For almost 2 years, since I bought the property, 1022 River Ridge Drive, which is in, it was in Commissioner Phantom's position, now it's in Commissioner Sank's position, district, I've constantly raised pain about this with 311, Sheriff's Department, Code Enforcement, and constantly saying the same thing, that how horrible my neighbors' properties are. I sent email to a few of you, to include Mayor Johnson, concerning what I would take as my next action. If you guys cannot use the tools that is given to you, which is enforcing the code that you created by the power that the state of Georgia gave you, then the whole purpose of the government system that we have becomes broken. I just don't know how to emphasize this. It shouldn't take almost 2 years of frustration calling 311 who says, well, this is the first time you called. I'm saying, no, this is possibly the 50th time that I called. Ms. Walker tries to claim, Ms. Walker of 311 tries to claim that, oh, well, we are very good at what we do. We have good records, but I guess not. Because the issue becomes when something is constantly being called. I have voice recorded conversation with every one of 311 representative, with Marshall's office, with code enforcement, and even picture of your code enforcement officers at my property looking at the horrible condition of my neighbor's property, and nothing gets done. Georgia law gives you the authority to enforce the law by what? When somebody is violating, you take them to court. But nothing is happening. That leaves me to a point that I have to possibly take an action of my own to take to court. If the court is open for you guys to take an action, but I'm saying, I'm not being disrespectful if I'm saying you guys. You're commissioners, you're supposed to be, you're elected officials, you're serving the public, but it seems like there are quite a few of us angry of how our properties look because of our neighbors, and the code enforcement practically does nothing. And I understand there is a process to go. A complaint is made, an appointment is made to come and look at the property. Then after that, a certified mail is sent out, blah, blah, blah. I understand the process very well. I'm very educated. I go in and out of court a lot as well. But the fact becomes, at what point of time does the county government take responsibility using the tools given to them in order to enforce the law that you create? So I come before you after I sent an email, and I even had a conversation with Mayor Johnson about 3 weeks ago that come and bring it to the board, to the commission. I said, okay, though I really didn't want to because I thought I was done, but I said as my last resort, I'll do that. I come before the commissioner to express not only my frustration, but the frustration of a whole bunch of other taxpayers that have been before you and making similar complaints that are just, nothing has been done.
1 minute, sir.
Okay, I'm practically done. The fact remains, you have the law on your side, you created the law, supported by Georgia. You have the court, magistrate court, or even a state court, superior court, depending on how far it goes on your side, but no action is taken, and I am looking at horribleness every day in several properties, and I'm not the only taxpayer that has this issue.
Mr. Samadi, thank you for bringing this issue before us. And you did the right thing by bringing it to this body. And there's some colleagues that represent the district in which you're discussing, and we're going to open it up. We're going to start with the commissioner from District 7, Commissioner Tina Slindet. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Smotty. Have I spoken to you, or have you sent me anything about this piece of property? I live on the street on Brookwood, right, the street that runs behind this. And what is the issue you're having with this particular piece of property?
Do you drive by River Ridge Drive?
I drive down it every day.
Every day, and you don't see the high grass that turns into a weed by my next door neighbors, 1020 and 1024 River Ridge?
I see a lot of houses in my neighborhood with bad grass, and I'm as frustrated as you are. But you haven't told me specifically about this piece of property here. But
allow me to.
I would be glad to see what I can do to help you.
Allow me to explain this. Of course, no disrespect.
Sure.
You're new.
Sure.
Commissioner Franton was before here. I invited him several times to come to the property. I have a lot of voice recorded conversation with him. I have sent back and forth a lot of text to him with pictures. Front and the back of these properties look horrible. There is a dilapidated structure that is leaning sideways. My kids come to my house, to that house, and I'm afraid. In fact, I had to kill a rattlesnake in my backyard not because of my yard, because of those yards over there, because of the 2 yards. The weed are trees, the trees that are hanging over my shed, the weeds that became trees hanging over my shed. I mean, it is a horribleness, not only the front, but also the backyard.
Does your,
I didn't,
excuse me,
go ahead, I'm
does
sorry.
your property back up to the county easement?
It
Or
does,
directly to another neighbor?
exactly.
It's the county easement you're talking about.
No.
No?
I'm talking about 1020 and 1024, 2 properties on my 2 sides.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I live in that neighborhood, and I'll be glad to meet you at your house and take a look at these properties and see what your concerns are. Would that be okay?
That's not a problem. The Richmond County Code Enforcement has come there several times. They have taken picture, but very little has been done. The Marshal's Department came there. Oh, yes, this is in violation of our whatever we control, because I don't know where the borderline of Marshal and Code Enforcement is. So when they come there, I ask them, what do you guys handle? What do you guys handle? So I have done all those things. You asked me the first question, did I talk with you? No, because I really didn't see the seriousness of bringing you in the middle, which this conversation has been going on for 2 years with Code Enforcement and Marshal's office.
Okay. I have your information. I will reach out to you, okay?
You have my phone number? If not, I'll be glad to
I
give you
do.
my phone number.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 7th. No outbursts in these chambers. You have a seat, and we'll see if there's an opportunity, okay? Thank you so much. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem from the 10.
Mr. Samadi, you reached out to 311 apparently numerous times. As far as code enforcement and the marshals, they work hand in hand. When code enforcement needs the armed support of the law, they'll call in the marshal. But we do have the intern director for the code enforcement. I imagine he's was pulling up information on your property. I'd like to hear from him. And this has been going on for how long, sir?
Since March of, I brought it to Code Enforcement attention March of last year.
March of last year, okay.
24, yes, sir.
Can we hear from an intern director?
Yes, sir. Director Vassar, I'll tell you what, we're going to get you to come over on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, come across it. All right, thank you.
Mr. Vassar, so when Mr. Samadi called 311, that naturally they give him a number, report numbered, so they can always call back and see where is it standing. This has been going on since last March. Where are we at with code enforcement? Because usually we could get somebody in there to cut the grass, somebody to write the warning letters, and actually you have the authority to take them to court.
Yes, sir, we do. As far as for 1020, we have took them to court, and that was August the 12th. Mr. Martin might not be aware of that, but we took them to court, and the court continued. They want to give them a continuance because they was making some progress amongst that time. So the judge gave them a continuance.
What about the other house?
1024, they are still in the due process. They have 7 days to go ahead and finish cutting the grass. If they do not cut the grass, we will take them to court as well.
From the time elapsed, it's been since last March. Apparently, that method is not working whatsoever.
Thank you.
Because he's here before us and with the same problems, same issues, and we get into same results, which is really nothing. So what can we do? Can we get the Marshal's Department there? Can we get the code enforcement? Can we send a demand letter? I mean, I've seen where y'all had wrote letters to where you got 10 days to clean this up. Are we taking you to court or are we taking you to jail?
That's correct.
Okay. Why is it taking this long? If you don't, I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking questions.
I truly understand. What they don't realize is it's a process. Okay. We start out the process. Once we come visit your home. Once we visit your home, we try to at least talk to the owner to get them to go ahead and clean up the property. So then we have to do what you call a notification to the owner. Once the notification is sent, we have to wait before we get the process the later back return back to us, then that's when the time start. So a lot of times, these issues that we're dealing with, we try to address them the best way we can. So once you get a notification and during that due process time, the owner or tenant doesn't clean the property, then we have to do what we do, a citation. That's when we take them to court.
Is this the same owner on both properties?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. When can, I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Brent. Your assistant would like to say something.
Go on, Brad.
If I may, Commissioner.
Just one other thing, though. In that whole time frame, if the owner does cut the lot, then we reset the time. That's another thing that we could take into account for this. You know, the only thing that we have on the books for a situation like this is I'd have to go back and look at how many cases we have. But we have the chronic nuisance, and then we have, it's chronic nuisance and something else, depending on how many cases they have over a certain amount of time. And then we can go that route as well.
Okay, so if somebody's calling 311 for the past year and a half constantly, and they'll cut it every 4 or 5 months just to get out of the vice that they are in, the whole time resets. Is there anything that we could come up, I mean, y'all in code enforcement, y'all the one who rules that department. Is there any kind of policy that we could put in place to actually have something with teeth in it, to where we are holding the property owners accountable? No different than these dilapidated houses, no different than trash being out there in the front yard. Nobody likes a dirty neighbor. And so is there any, with y'all going to school for classes on code enforcement, is there anything that you have heard from other municipalities, other cities had implemented to where it does have teeth, where this issue don't keep coming up and where it's a habitual problem?
For the habitualness, we can raise our fines to the tenants or to the home property owners. And then we can also raise our reinspection fees to have a little bit more teeth rather than the $50 reinspection fee that we currently have.
Okay. As long as we're doing something that's escalating every time where it actually hits the homeowner's pocket, to where they go, oh, man, I need to cut this grass because I can't afford this fine anymore. But it takes y'all to be a part of it too.
Correct.
All right, so to look back on this 2 parcels, how long will it take to get these in line with the property owners?
For the overgrowth, like he said, we have the 7 days more due diligence. And then on the one on the right side of him I believe it's 2024, the one that we have in court, that right now is under the jurisdiction of the magistrate judge, which they would have the time till we go back to court, which should be about 4 more weeks.
It should be pretty simple to pull up the records on every time that the neighbors, not only the gentleman behind the podium speaking, there should have been other neighbors, and it should show a record of the calls where it's complaints.
So we don't see the number of calls. There's nothing that generates from 311 system on when he calls, how many times he calls.
Right.
What we get is just the cases that are created through the 311 system.
And some of them sometimes be anonymous, so you really don't know who called.
All right, we're going to have to, I'm going to need y'all's help. This commission is going to need y'all's help to help us come up with a better solution to this problem. We know it's a problem. It's habitual throughout Augusta, Richmond County, from District 1 all the way to District 8. So we're going to need y'all's help, and we'll be here to full support you on whatever y'all need us to do.
Okay, appreciate that.
Commissioner, if I may, I have 2 issues here I'd like to discuss very briefly. One is not just cutting the grass. Grass has become weed. Weed became trees. And the trees are leaning over my fence, tearing up my fence and or my storage shed from one side. We're talking about 1024. And on the other side, the weed is all over my fence. I have to constantly clean. In fact, he's not even 1020 River Ridge Drive is not even cleaned up all the way. He just collapsed the dilapidated shed, dilapidated structure 2 days ago I was there in the afternoon at 6 o'clock in the afternoon when I heard, "Pah!" And that's what it was 2 days ago, meaning after the court order. That's issue number one. It's not just the cutting the grass, it's cleaning up whatever needs to be cleaned up from the fence line, from over my shed, from many, many other things. The second thing is that, let me ask you a question. If I slap someone and I'm taken to court for whatever I did,
Apples and oranges, sir.
what's gonna happen? The judge is gonna put me on probation. The judge is gonna increase my fine if I do it the second time, third time. I was saying using the court system to enforce, just like you said, so that this would not constantly happen every 4 or 5 months.
All right. As far as the grass cutting, that'll be handled through code enforcement, hopefully. The second thing, as far as that tree leaning on your property, with it being on private property, that becomes a civil matter between you and the homeowner. Has nothing to do with Augusta, Richmond County.
That is true.
I'd just like to let you know that up front.
Yes, I do, and I mentioned that
So
earlier.
that might be a good option for you to do, is take this to a civil matter court. Plus, you'll be able to show how many times that you had called 311, how many times 311 has been out there. As far as wasting the public's money by sending code enforcement, wasting your time, and making your value of your property go down, which is not good.
But you follow me, just on the same line as what you're saying, in parallel with what you're saying, is that they have the authority, they have the power to ask the judge, the court, to enforce it repeatedly.
Mr. Samadi, I think what you have is the undivided attention of this code enforcement. So hopefully you're going to see something.
Okay,
and I definitely appreciate you coming before this body and letting us know, and letting staff know, because some things fall underneath the roads.
Mr. Martin, I would like to get with you if we can and talk with you about Elderberry and some other place you having issues with.
Okay, great.
All right.
Well, thank you.
No,
Thank you, Commissioner.
hold a second. We got one more. We got 311 director wants to add some context to this before we wrap it up. And then I got Commissioner Garrett. So I'm coming to Commissioner Garrett after 311. Director Walker.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Just wanted to add that to answer the question that was asked, 311 does keep a record of every time that we speak with constituents. There's no need for us to send every record, especially if we have an existing case in their system. For code enforcement, it is a city view system. So it may be 10 calls to 1 open case. But if you ask us, or if there's an open records request that's submitted, all of that information is always provided. So every time they call us, there is a record. Just to answer your question.
Thank you, Director Walker. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. This question is actually for Mr. Vassar. You know, we hear often about when these cases end up in courts. And just for your reference, we have no jurisdiction over the court. We can't tell them how to rule in these cases. So I just want to clarify.
I perfectly understand.
I just want to make sure you do understand that. But Mr. Vassar, how often do these cases get continued in court?
Quite a bit.
And we hear that often up here as well when constituents like you come back and say, hey, you know, why isn't anything happening? So I'm not really sure how to address the court issue, but you know, that is the legs and the ways that we have to work within the system, is taking these folks to court, getting this in front of a judge. But if they're not willing to continually to follow through with all the recommendations from staff and all of the time that staff has put into this, then like I said, this isn't the correct chambers.
Commissioner Garrett, I appreciate that, and I agree with what you're saying. And what I'm saying is the code enforcement can ask the court, hey, can we enforce it in a manner that if Mike Samadi violates it the second time or a third time, the punishment would be harder, not to reset the time 4 months later and we go through the same crap, excuse my language, again and again. So if the court enforces, I know we're talking about different the jurisdictions, commission versus court is completely different. You have one has no authority over the other, but a court listens to code enforcement. The court listens to law enforcement, and then whatever the punishment is can be emphasized in a manner that.
I think you're missing the disconnect there. They don't listen. Staff is presenting these things.
Yes.
We've set the policies in place. Law enforcement is helping. like I said, you're dealing with two elected bodies.
I understand
So,
perfectly.
I'm just stating, the issue is not on this floor. The issue is when it gets to court and nothing is done.
It could be in full. Go ahead.
Mr. Samadi,
Yes, sir.
you've got the attention of this body as well as our code enforcement, okay?
Thank you.
I just want to let you know that. All right. Young lady, since you're a student, I'm going to give you a point of personal privilege. You mentioned something. Come on up here and say your name and address. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Hurry on up. Name and address, please.
Morgan Samadi and 1817 Prince George Avenue.
30 seconds.
I'd like to say that my family and we work very hard. My dad, 1022 River Ridge Drive, is actually an Airbnb, so we have to make money off of it. So,
But just pay taxes on too, by the
yes.
way.
So how do you think we look when on both sides of the house, the yard looks horrible?
Miss Samadi, thank you so much for advocating for your father. Thank you for being here, okay? Mr. Samadi, you have a great champion right there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thank you
So
for your
much. That young lady, you keep up that advocacy. You hear me? You keep that up. Keep fighting like that. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next item.
Our next delegation, Ms. LaShondra Robinson, regarding overgrown stormwater drain area at 1650 Olive Road.
A lot of you hear there's more overgrown stuff. Ms. Robinson, please, for the record, state your name and address.
My name is LaShondra Robinson, 454 Furlough Drive, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm LaShondra Robinson, founder of Black Farm Street Incorporated, and steward of the urban farm located at 1650 Olive Road. We work in neighborhoods designated as food deserts across the CSRA, transforming vacant land into sources of fresh produce, hands-on education, and economic opportunity for youth and families. Thank you for today's August is for Agriculture proclamation. It signals our city's commitment to growers and to food access. I share that commitment, and I'm here to align action with intention. For 3 years now, I have pursued resolution through the proper channels regarding reoccurring overgrowth from the city-owned and managed stormwater drain that borders our property. In October 23, our first damage claim was approved and paid for crop damages. In May 2024, a second claim was approved and paid for stormwater drain cleanup only. In June 2024, I submitted a formal bid to perform annual maintenance on the stormwater drain banks. In July 2024, a subsequent damage claim was filed and denied. These are documented actions showing repeated impact and partial responses, but no sustained maintenance resolution. The overgrowth repeatedly damages our garden beds and halts harvests. It interrupts our youth programs, volunteer efforts, and food distributions. The negligence detracts from the aesthetics of our site and the surrounding neighborhood, which is already struggling and deserve better stewardship. Approving this maintenance bid will allow Black Farm Street to continue our current work more effectively and efficiently. Additionally, it will create paid supervised opportunities for local youth. In light of the recent violent incident involving teenagers in our city, these opportunities are urgently needed. This program is practical prevention strategy. It keeps young people engaged, builds transferable skills, and connects them to supportive services and opportunities to stay off the streets. I'm asking the Commission for your commitment to move forward from words to action by approving our maintenance proposal and provide clarity on the city's official policy or position on responsibility for vegetation originating on city-managed stormwater infrastructure that crosses onto adjacent private or nonprofit property. My passion for this work comes from seeing lives change by having access to fresh produce, healthy prepared meals, and hands-on gardening lessons. I lead with both data and heart. Today, I invite the Commission to partner with us in turning promises into practices so that agriculture in Augusta isn't just proclaimed, but reliably supported. Thank you for your time and your commitment to both facts and the people behind them so that together we can prevent further crop loss. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, thank you so much for being here. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Mrs. Robinson, I think I got an email from you
Yes.
recently. This is something different. Is that correct? You sent me an email about some, your harvest was destroyed again this year?
Correct. I sent you a current email, but I also emailed you last year as well.
Okay. Okay, but this time you're asking to partner with you for the clean up the drain?
To keep those banks cleaned. So from the engineering department, they stated that they would clean those banks twice a year, once in the summer, once in the wintertime. That is not being done. They get the inmates to come out, the detail to come out and do it, but it's far and few in between that they come out. So we took on the efforts to clean it up without compensation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilford from the 10th.
Thank you. Ms. Robertson, thank you for coming before us as well. Can I speak with Officer Flythe that's over the stormwater, sir?
Sir, Mr. Flythe, you in the house? Should be. There he is.
Mr. Flythe, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. What Ms. Robertson's talking about is the to be cleaned twice a year from the engineering department. I guess it'll be stormwater as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think this is where the creek runs along. There's a fence between the two.
Okay. In order for her to do farming or access farming, I haven't seen the plan that you were speaking about, so I'm in the dark here. So you asking that the county maintains twice a year to cut the grass along the banks, is that correct?
That's correct, but from the engineering department attorney's team, they have communicated to me that it's on us to just put up a barrier because they are no longer going to pay for any more damage claims, that it's not their responsibility when the overgrowth comes onto our property, and which is causing even more financial burden to someone or a nonprofit that's already trying to resolve issues within the community.
All right, that was probably turned down from risk management, or we have a department just for that. But as far as us not doing our job, as far as keeping something maintained twice a year, Oscar, can we try to figure out how to get back on track with that? Or Mr.
Yeah, I can look at the schedule. It could be getting done twice a year, but that's right along Oates Creek, and so the growth is probably pretty rapid. But I can look into it.
He'll follow up, Ms. Robinson.
Okay.
But as far as paying for damages, if risk management, it's hard to overstep their ruling, okay?
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
I could just say with the engineering department, we have, like I put in my 311 requests and I repeatedly get the same response. We'll try to get out there. We have it on the schedule. We'll try to get out there. And here we are 3 years and no one is coming out there.
Yeah, some of the challenges that we face, and we just had a meeting with the RCCI about the shortage of inmate crews. You had mentioned in your presentation of as far as inmate crews used to come out there. We actually having a big shortfall, even though last year we had increased the wages for the security guards to try to employ more crews to be out on the street, but we have not been successful for one reason or another. So it's actually a labor on our side shortfall. Most companies, I guess, incur this from time to time, but we are incurring it at this time. So they're doing the best they can with what crews they do have, and I think there's over 500 detention ponds, or it's probably twice as much as that in Augusta. So not only you have to be hit twice, so does all these other subdivisions with the detention ponds as well. But he's going to follow up and try to follow through with it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Madam, sit tight. We got a bunch of folks in the queue. I'm gonna go with the administrator first. Madam Administrator, you had something you need to add?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. In the actual recommendation from
Commissioner Guilfoyle, can you add that we include legal and administration to look at this? Because I have seen the documentation that Ms. Robinson has provided and the interactions that she has had with our risk management in the past. So I'd probably recommend that we include administration and legal so that we can actually sit down with Ms. Robinson and see how we can take care and address the situation.
All right, thank you, Madam Administrator. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you for bringing this to the body. And I would like to say that it is definitely in line with our discussions that have been ongoing. Last week, we actually discussed Oates Creek in its entirety and getting that on a schedule. So that is forthcoming, that will be coming, but it's not just in that area. We are seeing this, to echo Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, we are seeing this across Augusta, Richmond County, and there are some areas that just receive, unfortunately, the bulk of it just because of, I honestly don't know why, but those areas tend to have more overgrowth. So as we come up with a schedule and as we look to our budget, our administrator as well as our director in engineering have come together, and they will be coming up with something that we can stick to. So, but thank you so much for bringing this to light, because we need more people to come to us and shed light on these issues that plague our areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually in my district, so I'm glad that you came today to talk about this. I have a question for those who are going to be convening to discuss some type of solution. I want to know the timeline that we can expect to have a response or to have an update back on this issue. I've been receiving those messages over the last 3 years, and you know, it's the same thing that we dealt with in East Augusta, where there's a blighted house and overgrown property that's been that way for at least 5 years now. We just talked about a house over in Commissioner Slender's district. It's just, we hear a lot about what we can't do, but we don't hear a lot about what we can do. And I don't want to go another 3 years and have to continue this conversation. And I know while we can't override risk, or we could override risk, I completely disagree with the notion that, you know, because they've paid before, they're not going to pay again. If this is clearly a cause of her crops, you know, being killed, then we have some type of responsibility if we're not doing our jobs. Same with potholes, same with everything else. So I want to know, when can we expect to see some, or expect to receive some type of an update on this issue so that we can have some resolve? Is there a time that we can expect an update?
I'll just remind you, Dr. Malik's not here this week. And I think all of that conversation was going on in the past few weeks.
How long will he be out?
He'll be back next week.
Next week. So we're talking maybe next committee, next commission,
I
2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I can't tell you what the schedule is. I will tell you the challenge is, as pointed out, you know, the work crews are hard to come by. So, you know, part of that is, you know, that's who cuts a lot of your right-of-ways.
Well, I mean, I understand, but I also hope that we're able to kind of get creative in solving this problem versus saying, well, the inmates did it, we don't have them no more, so we're just going to keep having the problems. Again, I hear a lot about, and this isn't a stone being thrown at your department, but I hear a lot about what we can't do versus solutions as to how we can get things done. And so we have folks coming to us about overgrown lots, vacant properties, and ditches needing to be cut. We can't just say, well, we don't have the manpower, oh well, or oh, we don't have the funding, oh well. We have to figure out a way to answer some of these calls. And so in that update, I would like to even kind of get an understanding on how we move forward with that as well. Whether that means getting creative in our contracting processes or opening up bidding for private companies to do it or whatever, I don't know. But I'm just hoping that we'll be able to have that included in an update as well so that we can move forward with some understanding.
Minister Allen.
Yes, sir. If we could act for 30 days, Commissioner Johnson, and give us an opportunity again to meet with Ms. Robinson and bring back a recommendation or an update at least.
Okay. I'm cool with that.
All right.
That's fine, but let's also make sure we add in the whole thing about being creative in how we get these properties cut more efficiently. Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, thank you so much for being here. We
Thank you.
appreciate you. All right, Madam Clerk, we got to keep on moving through it. We got a bunch more here. Let's move on to item F.
Item F, Mr. Wilfie Harpo Brown regarding the Marshal's Department.
Mr. Harper Brown, are you in the chambers? Mr. Harper Brown, second call. Give you a chance if you're sitting outside. Mr. Harper Brown, final call. Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Item number G, Mr. Donnie Cooper regarding the Augusta Marina and proposed zip line.
Mr. Cooper, are you in the building? Mr. Cooper, second call. Mr. Cooper, final call. Madam Clerk, Mr. Cooper's not in here. Let's move on.
Item H, Mr. Chandran Bala regarding Deputy County Administrator's position.
Mr. Ball, I see you moving in a hurry. Come on down. Glad to have you here, sir. For the record, please state your name and address.
Yeah, just a minute. I had to put my glasses.
Okay. Mr. Bala, name and address?
Name is Chandran Bala. Address is 208 Newland Circle, Evans, Georgia.
All right, sir, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, here I go. Respected Mayor and the Honorable Committee members. My son Ravi Bala was rejected for the Deputy County Administrator position. Last meeting, one of the committee members said they take action or look into. Ravi holds a PhD in Business Administration. He is a member of Certified Financial Analyst Charter, MS in Finance, BS in Economics. A PhD does not need experience, and plus he has got experience also. He is the only candidate in the 1.5 million population of Richmond, Aiken, and Columbia counties. The human resource basis for rejection is government or county experience, which is due to ignorance. I feel it is wrong, and the rationale as to why it should be accepted, he should be accepted, will follow. And it'll be your decision to do what is right. Give him a chance and start him here, as people have given all of you a chance to start. And you have spent your time, you have spent the county's money, but neither money or the time you can give back, but you are giving your services, okay, and you are doing justice. And I have done it so many times in my career. Most people in their lifetime have a vocabulary of 500 to 1,000 words. Nobody is excluded. A 3-year-old child has about 20. Please pay attention to the word R, spelled O-R. The R is used to connect two alternatives, coffee or tea, left or right, government or other. A 3-year-old child will pick up what is available. If cookie jar is empty, she picks up the candy. Decision is done and the action complete in 5 seconds. Same goes with a traveler. If the left lane is closed, he goes to the right lane and no fuss and no time wasted. Human resource misunderstanding and problems. The forefathers who wrote the job requirement had vision and forethought. Therefore, they wanted to give preference to the people who have been in the company, in this case, the county. They also know there are good people outside the government, outside the county. Therefore, they put the county experience or similar phrase in every job requirement. The purpose is to attract talent for all and all sources and not exclude. Due to complete misunderstanding of this intent and the word "or," due to ignorance, human resources has been faltering for years continuously, and no one never ever questioned this anomaly. You have to come out of this mindset so that you can attract talent. This job has been advertised for since 2024. Okay, county's time and money has been wasted only because of misunderstanding of this R. Now, human resource is pointing to Mr. Tamika as a requirement as only county. And Tamika was pointing out that human resources has certain, ways to do things. There is no certain ways, misunderstanding of the art. That is the only thing. As far as I am concerned, human resource duty is to get the talent and give to Tamika, which they have not done. So lack of internal coordination
1
is
minute,
not a
sir.
blame game.
Mr. Bala, 1 minute.
Yes. Oh, okay, I thought, okay, thank you. All right, no. Now, I request the mayor and the commissioners who by now understand the meaning of the word "are" and the injustice done by the HR due to ignorance to my son in spite of outstanding qualification. You all have the power to correct the HR mistakes and the employment manager by offering the job in next 48 hours. Why? Always a busy person finds time for people. He is serving his people. You can always create a position to my son, finance, administration, anything which I had done in my career. And I also created a position to less than 36 hours. And for me also, people have done it. So things can be done in 36 hours. You don't take months and months. Okay, do not look for low excellence, losing 99% good one. Errors are made, can be corrected. Honesty and integrity and character will produce a loud and clear message, and that's what it is, honesty and justice.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
God
Bala.
bless the country and all of us to do the right thing with integrity and honesty.
Thank you, Mr. Bala. Your time has expired. There is a question from the Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay,
Commissioner from the 10th. Commissioner Guilfoyle, the floor is yours.
okay.
Mr. Bala, thank you for coming before us, but I think you need to have a clear understanding is that the deputy administrator is hired by the administrator, not by this commission whatsoever. We can't make any recommendation. We can't say, hey, this is the process you need to take. That's overstepping our boundaries. So everything that you would like to see happen, as far as the interview process, that's beyond our scope of what we do. It's actually under the administrator's privy and duty. So coming before us, it's good to see you, but it's falling on deaf ears because we have no control over that, nor would we. We'd be overstepping our boundaries because the only thing we could do is talk to the administrator, hire the administrator, whatever, or delegate the administrator what to do, but we cannot tell her who to hire in her staff. That's beyond our scope right there. I hope that you understand that.
I understand, but I have a question. Are you telling you have no control over any ordinances or any rules or regulations?
Any employee in this room besides the directors, we have no control on who we hire, who they hire, including the administrator.
That's not my question. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
What I'm asking is, it says this job requires this explanation, this particular thing. Who fixes that? If I talk to HR, they point to administrator. Administrator points to HR. Then who is to be blamed? That means you have total internal disruption. There's no coordination. That's what I'm bringing up. One blames the other.
I wasn't blaming anybody, sir. I just told you what our limitations is.
I'm sorry, my English is very bad.
I understand.
Sorry,
I have
for
the
that.
same challenges for my southern accent.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was, if I go to HR, they point to the hiring manager. Hiring manager points to HR. Then who is going to bell the cat? Who is taking responsibility? You don't take, they don't take, and the time is passed.
I cannot answer that. That would be something that falls underneath the administrator's purview, who she deems who she wants to interview, who she wants to hire, et cetera. That'll be the HR and the administrator, sir. So thank you for coming before us.
Mr. Bala, thank you as always. You take care.
Okay.
Appreciate
Fantastic. No problem.
All right. Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next delegation Ms. Tiffany Robinson, and Victoria Oates regarding the Hustle Fest event.
Ms. Robinson, Ms. Oates, y'all in the building? Come on down. Appreciate y'all being here today. I appreciate your patience. This is your government in action and your government at work. All right, madam, name and address, please.
My name is Tiffany Robinson. My address is 2243 Rosier Road.
My name is Victoria Oates. My address is 4192 Kevin Road.
You got it. Candler Road, that's
Kevin Road.
Kevin Road, that's in Augusta?
Hepzibah.
Hepzibah, Georgia. All right, y'all got the floor, 5 minutes.
All right. First of all, I want to say thank you guys for having us. I'm extremely nervous, so bear with me here. But I am coming before you guys to kind of discuss an initiative that I've come up with. I have an outreach program that I'm actually raising money for right now to kind of become completely nonprofit. So with that, what happened in Augusta with the shooting off of Meadowbrook Drive, my son was one of the water boys. He wasn't one of the boys that was affected by what happened. But, you know, seeing how that happened, it kind of gave me a call into action, okay? So I came up with an idea to bring all our kids together, kind of like a job fair, you know, and set them up booth by booth, and us adults just kind of go around and shop with them. My initiative here is basically just to show them that there's other ways to be successful, that we do see their entrepreneurship, and I also want to have a hand in, developing that. So I have these for you guys. If you wanted to kind of, hold on.
You can't pass those out. You got to get those to the clerk, please. Thank you. All right. You keep talking, she'll hand those out to us. Thank you.
But I'm just read over it while I have your attention.
Okay.
Okay, so it's called the Hustle Fest. The Hustle Fest is a community-driven event designed to empower youth ages 8 to 21 with real business skills, safe selling opportunities, and access to resources to help them grow as legitimate entrepreneurs. In the light of our recent violence in the community, Hustle Fest stands as a safe, positive space where our young people can sell, network, and learn without fear of guns and without ski masks, okay? I really am serious about this, guys. I know that people think it's a joke, but that music, these kids are living it. It's not a joke. Okay, so I really am very, very passionate about taking that and just kind of redirecting that. Because, I mean, a lot of them really do have a lot of entrepreneurial skills, whether that's designing shoes, selling waters. I know a little girl that sells lip gloss. If we could take this and partner, get everybody together in the community, we could partner and bring this together.
And I just want to go ahead and address that we have a bunch of small business owners in the community that are willing to help us.
Right.
They're willing to partner with us and everything to help get these kids off the streets.
Right. So part of our goals and visions would be so that they can sell their products within the community, gain mentorship through our business leaders here. If we can all come together, I want to kind of have it to where they can kind of partner with a kid and just, mentor them as they go along in the process. Learn about public safety. I would like to have maybe Richmond County out there where they can kind of teach these kids about some safe selling practices, given the tragedy. And I also want them to recognize that even though they probably just think it's just something that they do, it can actually be a lucrative business. It can set them up for college. You know what I mean? It just, So
without violence.
Without violence, absolutely. So our impact statement is Hustle Fest is not just an event, it's a movement. By helping the youth turn their hustle into legitimate businesses, we're reducing risky street sales and activity, replacing dangerous hustle culture with real entrepreneurship, creating community connections that last beyond just this event, and we're inspiring the next generation of leaders. We invite you all to partner with us in launching this Hustle Fest for the first year. Your support will directly impact the lives of our youth, create safer streets, and plant the seed for lasting community growth, and hopefully make Augusta a safer place for these kids.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Robinson, Ms. Oates, there's a couple of colleagues in the queue. There's some questions. Chair's going to recognize from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Robinson, good to see you again. Thank you for. You didn't seem too nervous. You did a great job.
Thank
so
you.
First of all, keep that up. Secondly, what age groups are you hoping to impact the most with this?
Honestly, I mean, obviously our bigger kids can, I really want to focus in on like middle school, high school. Obviously we'll have booths and stuff for our older, but I really want to get them before they get out there. You know what I'm saying? I want to get them while they'll still listen.
Have you had an opportunity to think about locations that you're interested in
I'm
having
thinking
this at yet?
maybe, I'm gonna be real with y'all. My vision is giant. Okay, I want to.
Good. That's how vision should be.
I want to be able to, I'm thinking May Park, just to start with, just to see how the community reacts, and who all would come out, what all, we got some partners, but obviously this is also an opportunity to call the community for partnership. Anybody have anything to offer these kids? Let's put it together, that's what I'm at.
I think it's a great idea, and I think, once you get some additional particulars in place, it's going to be even better. I'll throw it out there that I'll be willing to sponsor May Park for you, and so you know how to get in touch with me. Just let me know when you're ready to press play, and I'll sponsor May Park for you. But I think this is going to be a good opportunity for our community.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Especially after what happened, like, we got some young bosses in Augusta, guys. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah.
This is my first go around with these kids. I get them out there washing cars. Matter of fact, we get our tire shine thing going on. We raising money right now
Right
for
there
our
at Lumpkin
501c.
Road and Richmond Hill. Her son goes out there and shines tires. We've had the Lightning McQueen car out there sponsoring us, everything.
So guys,
Good
if
stuff.
you're in Augusta, come on out. Saturday, Lumpkin Road, Richmond Hill, show your support. That money is going towards our 501c so we can become completely nonprofit. And I'm working on some grants right now with my own money. So anybody, y'all, put it together. Let's go. Let's save these kids.
Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Ladies, I appreciate you all coming up before us.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Unfortunately, the incident happened in District 5, but I appreciate the call of action that both of you all are really kind of propelling yourselves into. And I'm gonna tell you all, when I'm not originally from Augusta, but what called me into action was community service as well. Some of the greatest efforts have started just from what you all are embarking on right now. And all it takes is a thought, all it takes is the energy, the effort, and then the conversations can generate and build from there. So I want you all to understand, please don't stop. I do believe there are some resources that we do have in the community. I don't know if you all have heard about the business incubator that is being built right now that's really set to assist those that have that entrepreneurial spirit as well. That's another outlet. The sheriff, of course,
Yes, sir.
has an amazing mission, energy, and effort with trying to ensure that we combat what you all are talking about and that we give some healthy outlets. So I know Commissioner Johnson has added in his support. I'll give you all my contact as well, and let's try to help you all kind of groom some of the aspects of what you're trying to do. You're moving towards trying to legitimize the effort with a 501c3. But I'll give you all some lessons learned from me, even in the paths that I've worked in nonprofit, but more importantly, just trying to help focus the effort. Because sometimes when you get started, you got the great intention, but man, sometimes it gets tough.
Because there's so much that can be done.
Exactly, exactly. So, but remember, there's a lot of folks out there. There's a lot of duplication of effort that's going on in Augusta. Wouldn't it be amazing if we all said, hey, let's start pooling that together
Right.
versus everyone saying, I want my own, I want my own, I want my own. Let's work together.
Yep, and that's another thing. I think the lady here is gone, but I heard her talking about she's kind of working with the youth as well. I was going to ask her if maybe she wanted to partner.
Yeah, so we got some amazing partners out there. We just got to get you all linked up with the right folks. So I think with enough of us assisting with that, we can do that. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, one more. Commissioner Barnhill-Turnley, the floor is yours, madam, from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the one young woman you were talking about was Ronique West.
Yes, ma'am.
With the Greater Augusta Black Chamber. I texted her and she wants to get in contact with you
Awesome.
because they they have an young entrepreneurs pitch program. That's in October. Even I'm not sure if any of your folk can make it, but at least she can help you maybe get them ready. And that would be some of the collaborative stuff that Commissioner Clark has talked about. I've got your name and number here. She stepped out. In fact, she just walked in. Ms. West, can you come up for a quick minute, please, ma'am?
Hello. All right. Oh, sorry.
This is Ronique West with the Greater Augusta Black Chamber. And Ronique, I was telling you just the very one sentence about your entrepreneur pitch, which is in October, but I just know there's some synergy here somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's there. So maybe you two can connect. And do you already have your 501c3?
We're in the process of getting it.
Right.
Then we need to talk because I can help you do that.
Amen. Yeah, we can.
There's an easy form that's 10, 15 minutes and you can get it done. So Ronique, give her my information so we can help this young woman to help the kids. And the sad thing, I used to live on Meadowbrook Drive. We had a family house on Meadowbrook. So when I heard that, I'm like, oh my God.
I'm gonna be real with y'all. I've been doing this ever since Harrisburg. Yeah. This is gonna be Living Outreach number 2. Like, okay. I love my kids.
Well, hopefully we're putting you on the right path so you can collaborate with others and you won't have to do it alone. Or if you do, your journey won't be so hard.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ronique.
Guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnley. Ladies, thank y'all so much for being here. Best of luck. We're here to help. Okay. Madam Clerk. Got a couple more to go here.
Okay. Our next delegation, Mr. Moses Todd, discuss rules of decorum, First Amendment rights, unilateral authority.
Thank you so much, Mr. Todd. Welcome.
Yes.
Please name and address for the record, please.
Moses Todd, 2747 Deans Bridge Road, Augusta, Georgia.
You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, on I believe it's August the 5th, I walked into a meeting with a 12 by 18 sign with what I would assume that the mayor considered political speech. And before I walked into the room, to the chambers with that sign, I done my research as far as whether there was any rules as far as political signs go. And I feel that I walked in quietly, sat down about middle ways there with the sign, didn't come in chanting, anything. The speech on the sign certainly could be considered political speech. My understanding that there's no rules on bringing signs into the chambers. It is the mayor's responsibility to maintain a decorum as far as the meeting go. I don't think there's, I've been doing my freedom of speech or my redress of grievance before government bodies for approximately 50 years, 40 years right here in Augusta, Georgia, between the 9th floor, the 6th floor, and the 2nd floor here. And I can assure you that there's nobody have more respect for this chamber than I do. But I don't believe that I broke the quorum. And I don't believe that the authority as far as maintaining a decorum gives the mayor unilateral authority to control political speech. Actually, if I'm going by Robert's Rules of Order, the chairman should be neutral on speech as far as that goes. So I do believe that this body, 6 votes up there, have the authority to implement such rule as no sign in chamber. And at any time this body feel that there's a need, they should do that, but not suppress or try to suppress freedom of speech when you don't agree with that speech. You should be neutral. This body should be neutral as far as speech go. The same day, there was approximately 60, and I made a request because, you know, of the statement that the chair made on whether T-shirts were allowed, and I was told no. Less than 30 minutes later, there was 60 individuals come in with T-shirts with what I would consider political speech. We support Redwood. We need to be consistent with our authority and rules. I've observed political speech in this chamber before with T-shirts. I probably, if I tried to recollect, that I probably wore one in myself. You know, it was a Harris sweatshirt. I know there's been dozens of Trump support T-shirts worn into this chamber.
Mr. Todd, 1 minute.
Yes. And what I'm demanding from this body is equal protection under the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd, for being here today. I don't see any colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next item.
Okay. Our final delegation, Mr. Brian Green, regarding city's policies relative to safety in progress.
Mr. Brian Green, are you here? Mr. Brian Green calling twice. No. Welcome, Mr. Green. How are you, sir? If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn.
Thank you, sir. A city? That's Augusta, Georgia, correct?
That's right.
All right. All right. You have the floor, sir, in 5 minutes.
Thanks. One question I'll start off with hypotheses is what does effective policies and ordinance do for our city? This is just my own wording. I put establish a smooth and effective government operation. In the military, when you join, you know, basically from day one, everything is pretty much laid out for you. They kind of take your guessing out of there. You don't have to figure things out for the most part. This is what we expect you to do. I just think it'll be good in this season here to kind of review some policies, whether it's the commission meetings, whether it's the review board meetings, whether it's the SPLOS, because it's too much misdirection or something going. I just think there needs to be a little bit more of a balanced situation. And I'm just trying to be, you know, constructive about this. And I just want to make maybe a few recommendations today to see what you all thought about them. If it's on the books already, please forgive me for my redundancy. If not, maybe we can consider. The first one is, could our government, especially hearing today some concerns about these lots, could our government, Mr. Mayor, team up with local landscaping businesses to clean some lots, some high visibility places? You got to start somewhere, and in return, maybe give them a break on their business license renewal. I'm just throwing that out there. If we're so short in government, the lots got to be clean. Somebody got to clean them. You know me, I've got some people I recommend, but we'll get to them in a second. But it's just a thought. Increase, I know we have fine and fees. You know, they told me one time it's gonna cost me $23.10 to just find out how much money we spent on gasoline. I'm like, why you didn't make it, you know, 25? You know, sounds a little bit better. Of course, I wasn't looking to pay that, so information wasn't that important at that time. But I was explaining that the fees goes into the general fund, so I said, aha. Increase fine fees for community services for DUIs. 8,000. I don't know. I'm just throwing out a number. You like to get you a couple of cold ones and get behind the wheel? Just, you know, come up with about $8,000 for the city of Augusta. Dragging, street racing, you know, donuts like they do all on the social media and taking over streets, you know, 3,500. 30 days, you know, maybe $3,000 or $4,000, and let's just see kind of how you feel about it later. When I said deadbeat parents, It's not talking on a monetary standpoint. You've all heard me say this before. It's deadbeat as far as you know where your child is or supposed to know. And I've been involved with kids since I've been back here, 94, at-risk juvenile, in the courts, at home, in the detention center, going to max security. I see dead-end situations. I've seen them all the time. I don't just come here talking outside of my mouth. And it's always, didn't know, he's a good child. So let's help out with that. Now, you do have a curfew, Mr. Mayor, but this right here would knock that out. If your child, say 14 years old, gets arrested by Richmond County deputies, being out there, getting involved with something, that's one time, no problem. Well, this one's gonna cost you X amount of money, this one here, not the second or the third one. This one right here is gonna cost you. Folks, that little curfew goes out the window, because you're gonna have parents going, no, we're not worried about a curfew. My curfew is sundown, like it was back, when I was growing up, a lot of us. So anyway, you gotta stop giving so much of a gray area, Mr. Mayor.
1 minute.
Right, to if you wanna resolve something. And policies and all that. I was told there's approximately a total of 4,000 some odd properties, maybe 1,900 of those needing to be torn down or whatever. That's crazy. And another 2,100 or so, in violation of the code. I would say this, just please give consideration to what I said earlier. One way or another, you have to come up with a resolution. And concerning the SPLOS, I did make a recommendation. It would have been nice to have gotten some feedback on it about emergency transit center. Could have been a co-op with a few surrounding communities, since it's our location and all. If you have any questions, I'd love to entertain those questions. And for my friend in the South who always asks me, how are you gonna pay for it? I think there's funding for that.
Mr. Green, you got this thing timed down to the second. I tell you what, you're good at this. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Mr. Green, first of all, I'm gonna say thank you for your service, sir.
You as well.
Yeah, we serve in some of the same hazardous conditions, but more importantly, you are definitely serve your country and you're still serving your community. So I appreciate the thoughts. Some of those things that you brought up are actually in motion, with the curfew that the sheriff and the courts are working on towards, holding the parents accountable. I'm looking forward to some return on investment from that one as well. But I think the biggest thing is I'm gonna encourage you and I'm gonna encourage others that continue to lend their voices, their energy, and their efforts. Don't stop. What you do, what you bring, your voice, allowing it to be heard. Number one, it takes a lot of confidence to get up here and do this over and over again. And I'm gonna tell you, I appreciate the everything that you bring. And I'm not gonna say it's on deaf ears, but I'm gonna say what you're saying as well. We got some cleanup to do with a lot of our policies, and it's gonna take all of us to do it. So continue bringing your thoughts, continue bringing your suggestions, and we're just gonna have to keep working one step at a time, just like you and I did in those boots. One step at a time until we get to the final goal, but then realizing that we can't stop from there. So thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Mr. Green, thank you for coming today. And every commission day, you have something new for us to look at and think about. But not only do you bring something, you also have potential resolution. And as Commissioner Clark said, it's not on deaf ears. And some things we can do, and there's some things that we won't be able to do. But we appreciate your willingness to come to assist the commissions with making Augusta safe, cleaner, and a better place to live and work. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Mr. Green, keep up the great work. Thank you for always caring about this community. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, I think that ends our delegation and all the pageantry. It's time to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda, please?
Addition to consider approval of a zoning matter Z 2522 which our planning department will give us additional information on that. That's
All right.
requested by Commissioner Don Clark.
All right, let's go ahead and get our planning department come up and give us information for this consideration for this body to add this item. Good day, Mr. Kepner.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Kepner, Zoning Administrator. Commissioner Clark had pulled this back in July and was trying to get some additional meetings with regards to the community and the developer. And then he wanted initially to send it back to Planning Commission, and then he changed his mind to bring it back before this board. It's actually Z-25-25. The rezoning to go from R1 to R1C. The proposed, it's 4.88 acres. It's a proposed 14-lot subdivision with the lots being approximately 10,000 square feet in size.
Thank you, Mr. Kepner. Madam Clerk, I would ask that we add this item to the agenda without objection. Do you hear any objection to add this item? Commissioner Garrett?
Is there any paperwork for this?
Madam Clerk, you got the paperwork for this?
Yes, sir, they were on about 3 agendas.
But
But not today,
Okay.
yeah. Well, we have, if you like, I think the planning department, you have a sheet, Brian, with you, we can put on the
I
screen.
have a proposed plat, yes.
All right,
Yes,
let's
can
put
we
that
get
on the
that?
screen for not only this body, but for the general public. All right. Commissioner.
Coming up, hold on.
The Planning Commission did recommend approval. Well, it would just be a motion to approve with conditions. The conditions that the development must substantially conform to the concept plan submitted with the rezoning application. Number 2 is sidewalks are required along at least one side of the internal streets within the proposed subdivision, and that's to meet subdivision requirements. Approval of this rezoning request does not constitute approval of the conceptual site plan submitted with the rezoning application. The proposed development shall obtain site plan approval in compliance with site plan regulations of Augusta, Georgia, prior to construction commencing on the property. And number 4, the development of the property shall comply with all development standards and regulations set forth by the City of Augusta, Richmond County, Georgia, as amended at the time of development.
All right. Madam Clerk, the petitioners here, are there any objectors to this matter today? Are there any objectors? I see one objector. Is the petitioner here? I see the petitioner.
Can you, you're going to let them address?
Yeah, we are. But first, we got to see if there's any objection from adding this item to today's agenda. Are there any objections from this body? Going once, going twice. There's no objection to adding this item to today's agenda. So, Madam Clerk, let's just get on with it. Let's hear from the petitioner, and then we're going to hear from the objector, okay?
Okay.
All right. Madam, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Hello, Carolyn Henry, 4632 Hunters Mill Court, Hepzibah, Georgia.
Madam, you have the floor.
I proposed a subdivision in the Richmond Hill community. I purchased property about 2 years ago. Since then, I've worked hard and closely with the city and did a lot of outreach with the community to discuss the project. The project is asking for a variance from 6 single-family homes to 14 single-family homes with just a small reduction in the lot size. I've had 2 community meetings and addressed all the issues that were and concerns that were presented. the zoning office, they did approve the subdivision. I just answered all the questions that they have. And I'm here again today to answer any questions that they may have.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Sir, if you will, you're an objector. For the record, please state your name and address.
My name is Ron Primus, and I live at 3624 Richmond Hill Road, and I'm a member of the Community Association of Birch Grant, Rollins, and Sutton Place. And we object to this development on several different reasons. Zoning is not compatible with the original zoning of this subdivision, which is R1C. The lots are much smaller. You're establishing 14 homes on small lots in a cul-de-sac. This community is well established. You've got people in there that's 70 and 80 years old. And you're gonna come in and put a community in there that's transient at most. And what it's gonna do is gonna create a traffic hazard. You've got a dead end at that Richmond Hill intersection. And what we propose is Ms. Henry has bought 2 plots. This is just the first development. Her next development is going all the way down to Peach Orchard Road. And what we asked is that not that she come in and extend Richmond Hill Road, but that she comes in from Peach Orchard Road if this property is gonna be developed. And I don't think that's asking too much. We had a meeting with Mr. Clark, and we had much more participation. I understand that we got to build houses in South Richmond County, but it's the way you do it. You can create more blight by establishing a subdivision that people can't really pay what you're putting in that area. And according to this, you're gonna put 14 houses on property that is half, a quarter the size of the original lots. And the reason people like this subdivision is because the lots are large and it's very quiet. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna introduce a lot more traffic. You're gonna introduce the impact of construction that nobody has taken into consideration. You're gonna introduce the uprooting of an established community that pays taxes and have been paying taxes for 30 and 40 years, okay? You're proposing to put a development in there and you don't have any idea what the revenue flow is gonna be.
Mr. Primus, all right, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Right.
thank you, sir.
Mr. Kepner, can you come back up, please? You mentioned this action was previously approved by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Yes, sir. Back in this originally was held, the Planning Commission held their meeting at the beginning of July, and then it moved forward to the Augusta Commission, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval.
Thank you. Mr. Primus, did you make your objections noted to the Planning and Zoning Board as well?
No.
You did not. Okay. All right. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Primus? I appreciate you. Thank you for your service as well. I know you served well before I did, and you laid the path for me. So I appreciate that. Mr. Kevin, can you come up for a second? I got a couple questions I'd like to get clear on the floor, okay? Can you clarify for the record, what did the Planning Commission approval and what did your office base their decisions off of?
Based on the decisions with regards to compatibility at single-family residential, she's actually proposing approximately a 10,000 square foot lot. I believe the existing lots are like 12,000. 13,000. Planning staff recommended approval based on the need and the appropriate area for single-family home, and then Planning Commission also did the same.
Right. From your standpoint, is that comparable to what is in the neighborhood existing right now?
Based on the plan you have there, yes, sir.
All right. Now, I know this is the first step. The rezoning is the first step. There's more steps that have to be taken towards feasibility of the roadways and everything
Right,
like that.
once it's approved, then it has to be submitted for subdivision review and approval.
Okay. Are there any considerations or challenges with you all's decision towards any limitations of opening the roadway, the vegetation being restricted, or anything like that?
Well, this application is specifically for this 4.88 acres. No other properties were taken into account with regards to conditioning.
Right, right. But there were no requirements where it states that in that dead zone, the vegetation that's existing right now, that it was restricted, can't be,
No, sir, at that last meeting, I believe someone from the land grant bank stated that there were not any agreements or easement agreements with regards to it for conservation purposes.
Yeah, I know Mr. Edwards is here. Is he still here? Hey, if you can come up, Mr. Edwards, can you clarify the property? How did Ms. Henry acquire the property?
Yes, sir. Ms. Henry actually acquired that property from the land bank. She purchased it at full assessed value. Our policy says that a private or for-profit developer investor has 18 months in order.
Mr. Edwards,
I'm sorry, sir.
for the record, I need you to state your name and who you represent, sir.
My apologies. Sean Edwards, Augusta, Georgia Land Bank Authority, 1450 Green Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901. Thank you.
Continue.
My apologies again, Mr. Mayor. But we give developers 18 months to do their projects. And because of the desire of Ms. Henry to ensure that her project was going to align with the community, she took it upon herself to organize her own community meetings. It's something we encourage, but she ensured that she wanted to be able to do that. This property started as a transfer from the city of Augusta that we requested in order to be able to make this project possible.
Right.
The adjacent parcel that is on Peach Orchard Road was also presented to our board as part of her purchase, and there is a desire for her to do that as a phase 2 project. And so some of the community concerns are what that project potentially would yield in traffic on their neighborhood.
Right.
But to date, she is looking to develop 14 houses in South Augusta for sale. We did our investigation of neighboring properties around Richmond Hill, and the neighbors are correct. Their lots average about 78 to 80 feet. But if you go just 2 streets over, lot sizes drop down to about 60 feet.
Right.
And R1C requires 60 linear feet as a frontage. The increase is double in the number of properties, but it's not a ridiculous amount of density. And with the need that we have for general fund contribution from property taxes, the land bank has been adamant about supporting this project because we have to see new construction
Right.
in South Augusta of homeowners that want to buy single property. It is not an easy decision that the body has to make. You
Sure.
have registered homeowners, voters, taxpayers, versus future homeowners, voters, taxpayers. We need more people living in South Augusta. And the desire to see an increased cost to change directionality of traffic from Peach Orchard Road is not feasible even at 14 houses.
Right. And right now, what Ms. Henry is doing is what we're looking for property owners that obtain property out of the land bank. They obtain it, and then they develop it, and they establish a plan to continue further adding more growth and development in the city and the county, correct?
That is exactly our purpose. I tell every investor that I talk to, I essentially have 2 bosses, although jokingly I know I work for an entire board at the leisure of this body. I work for the tax assessor and the tax commissioner. Tax assessor wants to see property value go up so he can charge more. Tax commissioner wants property to be up so he can collect more. My job is to make sure I work with investors that understand we don't sell dirt, we sell deals. We help you structure them, we help you complete them. We hope that they're compliant and acceptable with community, but my job is to make sure y'all got more money to do services.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Kevin, last question, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues, because I know we got a couple in the queue. Kevin, are there any concerns from you all from moving this project forward?
No, sir.
All right, and the recommendation from the Planning Commission and from the staff?
Was recommended for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been at the planning and zoning meetings a few times and have been here, and I'd like to go ahead and say, let's make a motion to approve this, please.
All right, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to our consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
For the record, are there any planning petitions that need to be read into the record for? The
Yes,
general
sir, I
public?
would.
Okay, all right.
Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 49. And for the benefit of any objectors to our planning commission petitions, would you please signify your objections once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 1 is for petition requesting a rezoning from a Zone A agriculture to a Zone B2 general business affecting property located at 3611 Wheeler Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to that matter on Wheeler Road? Madam Clerk, seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 2 is being requested by the Planning Commission for deletion.
All right. Anybody objecting to a deletion? I doubt it today. Number 2. Number 2's been
Z2526.
Z2526 has been requested to be deleted.
2385 Tobacco Road and 4202 White Pine Court.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Item number 3 is a request for concurrence for approval, requesting rezoning from a Zone R1A1 family residential to a Zone P1 professional affecting property located at 3329 West Cliff Court. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to this matter? West Cliff Court. Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Item number 4 is a request for approval affecting property requesting a rezoning from a Zone A agriculture and a R1 family residential to a Zone R1C1 family residential affecting property located at 3630 Windsor Spring Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? I see a handful back there. Thank y'all for y'all patience. Madam Clerk, show your hands again. Let's see how many we got. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 objectors.
7 objectors. Yes, sir.
That's item number 4.
Item number 5 is a request recommending approval for rezoning from a Zone R1 family residential and a R1A1 family residential to a R1E1 family residential affecting property located at 400 Warren Road. Are there any objectors?
400 Warren Road, any objectors? Madam Clerk, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 objectors for Warren Road.
4 objectors. Okay.
Okay.
Item number 6.
That's right.
Concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition requesting a rezoning from a Zone R3C multiple family residential to a Zone B2 general business affecting property located at 350 Digital Drive. Are there any objectors?
350 Digital Drive, any objectors? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 7 is concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition requesting a rezoning from a Zone R1 family residential and an R1A1 family residential to a Zone R3B multiple family residential relative to property located at 415 Boy Scout Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to the matter at 415 Boy Scout Road? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 8 is being requested by the Planning Commission for deletion regarding a special exception to establish a convenience store with a drive-through restaurant affecting property located at 2385 Tobacco Road and Zone A agriculture.
All right, this has been added for deletion. Colleagues. Any objectors? I recognize any objectors. It's been asked to be deleted. Let's move on, Madam Clerk.
So it's being deleted without objection. Okay.
Number 8. The commissioner from the first has a question on number 8. Madam Clerk, is it a quick question, or do we need to just make sure you pull it? All right, and when we get to that, we'll pull it. Number 8, commissioner from the first has a question.
Okay. I believe that our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 49.
All right. Items 1 through 49, colleagues, consent agenda before. Madam Clerk, I'll open up the floor.
I will. Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item number 9 is the request to establish an extended stay hotel affecting property located at 3611 Wheeler Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to 3611 Wheeler Road? Hearing or seeing none, let's go to number 10.
Okay, that concludes we do not have any
That's number 10.
alcohol petitions. That's correct. Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 49 with the deletion of item number 2. And we're pulling number 8. And the administrator is asking item 38 to be pulled for a report.
I'd like to pull 5.
Wait a minute, we're going to get to it, man. All right, 2 and item number 38, the administrator is requesting that it be pulled.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask that item number 53, one of my items, be moved to the next committee meeting just for sake of time. That's item 53.
53?
Yes, ma'am.
Next.
Committee meeting. All right, I'm getting ready to get to it here. All right, the chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to consent number 56.
Item 56. Okay.
All right, that's number 56. All right, any others, colleagues? Before we close this out, that's it. We can certainly entertain a motion. Motion to approve. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Wait.
Huh?
We had objectors.
Yeah, we're going to get to them. Huh?
Number 8.
Got pulled, yeah.
Yeah, he's wanting to.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I would, before we do that, I'd like to pull item number 50.
8.
It's not on consent.
Okay, well, it's under public service.
Not on consent. It's on the regular agenda. All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion to approve with a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. And let me get a picture here. See no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk. I think we're ready to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Jordan Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to get to the, going directly in it. We're going to 62 first.
62?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item 62 is a motion to approve proposed 2025 mill rate for each taxing district, including county M&O, Urban Services M&O, Capital Outlay Fund, Blythe Fire District M&O, and Fire Protection advertised the required 5-year history of the digest and to schedule the date of August 19, 2025 for the meeting to adopt rates as proposed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Interim Director Schreier, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Once again, we're talking about the millage rate, just reviewing some items that we've previously discussed. The calculated rollback rates for the county M&O are 6.277, urban services 3.403, capital outlay 0.501, fire protection 0.1358, and Blythe fire protection 1.93. These are all reductions from 2024's level. The tax cap, if the rollback rate is chosen, the millage rate cap is 4.6 mils below what we are currently charging, which would bring in an extra $39 million if we went to the cap. Urban service, we are 17.7 mils below the cap, which would bring in 27.9 million. And fire protection, we're 1.6 mils, which will bring in an extra 10 million. This is the required 5-year history that will be published in the paper. This is, there's no deviation from this. This is a state form, and it does show collections at 100%. One of the questions that was raised at our last meeting is what would the revenues be? If we went with the rollback rate, we're projecting that revenues will be about $1 million less than budget. If we went with the 2024 rate or kept the rate flat, we'd bring in an extra $547,000. If we raise the millage rates in both the county M&O and the urban M&O, for the county, we bring in an extra 4.6 million. For urban, it'd be a little over $1 million. Another question that was asked was the value of a mill. So the county M&O, the value of the mill is about $8 million. Urban is 3.6, and fire is 6.1. The proposed timeline, if approved today, we will publish the rates. If adopted today, we would publish the rates next week, and then on September 2nd, we would hold a public meeting, and the rates would be adopted. Some of the other questions that were raised was the difference between the urban service district and the county the county M&O. Basically, it's just how you're paying for something. Some are paid for a fee, some are paid with the county or the urban M&O rate. Tried to find houses that were relatively close. If you have a home value, excuse me, in the county district for $220,000, your tax bill is $2,700. If you're in the urban service district, the house value is $218,000. Your tax bill is $2,600, almost $2,700, so relatively close. For commercial property, again, the values are relatively close. Just to break it down a little bit more, because I couldn't find exact houses, but if you look at just the 30, we have several examples of values of homes. For a house that has a $35,000 value, that has a $9,000 taxable value, the total cost in the suburban district is $480. In the urban district, it's $415, so it's $65 less if you live in the urban area. And if it's a $50,000 house, it's the same. Because we're dealing with millage rates, not fees, the break-even point is about the $140,000 to $150,000 house. So if you look at the bottom, the $150,000 house, they pay $866 per year in the suburban district. In the urban district, they pay $899. So they're a little bit higher in the urban district. Again, in the suburban, for the higher your price value, the bigger the difference because it's a millage rate. If you have a $300,000 house in the suburban district, you're paying $1,369. In the urban district, I'm sorry, in the suburban, in the urban district, you're paying $1,530. So it's a little bit higher. The action requested for today is to adopt the millage rate.
Thank you, Interim Director Sherry. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. I appreciate this information, Tim. I will admit I'm one of those somebodies that ask for some of this clarification. So
Glad to help.
well, I'm just glad to be somebody. Anyway, quick question. I know we're talking about our millage rates that we set here as a commission. A lot of times we get questions as a body in relation to tax bills. And I often have to remind constituents that we only account for about 48, 49% of their tax bill. Lower than that?
Lower than that.
How much is that?
The county M&O is about a third of the school board M&O.
So in reference to, and I really wish we could have had this conversation when we had the entire school board sitting in front of us, because I'm not sure, because for whatever reason, their news doesn't make quite as big a news as what we do here on Tuesday afternoons. They voted 2 weeks ago to raise their millage rates, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted that to be on the record. And, you know, just about every single year that I've been up here, we have taken the rollback. So we are doing what we can within this government to help people in regard to their tax bills. But, you know, unfortunately, we have zero say over what the school board does with their millage rates, which is a majority of their tax bill.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes the Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak with the intern director, Tim.
Yes, sir.
Tim, as far as this information you gave from us, what we was presented with a week or two ago, the reason why this is for 2025
Yes, sir,
shortfall, correct?
That was the recommendation last time, was for a millage rate increase to cover the shortfall for this year. Yes, correct.
Okay. I noticed that we had not discussing what caused the shortfall, Tim. I tried to find my paperwork.
Just happen to have that handy.
Thank you. Please go into detail to where we could get to work. For people who's watching, they could have a better understanding what we're facing in 2025, just to close out this year. 2026 budget starts in, what, the end of this month, next month?
We start budget work sessions September 2nd.
Okay, and we start next year with how much of a shortfall, 7 to 8?
We have $7.5 million from ARP funding in this year's budget, so that'll be gone this year.
Right, and that was mainly due to giving out raises on that one-time money, ARP money.
Using one-time funds for continuing expenses, yes.
That's going to come up in the future, I can promise you that.
Yes, sir.
So as far as this HCD reimbursement, I know that we're still doing them audit. We still got a couple months. How long for the people who's trying to get a better understanding about this audit for HCD is going to be prepared and ready for us to look at?
We met with them, with the administrator's office on Thursday. They've gone through most of their evaluations, and now we've directed them on specific areas to look. So it will be probably another 4 to 6 or 8 weeks, somewhere in there.
All right, and the employee health care, $7.8 million. We're at, what, $43 million now on health care?
I believe so, yes.
So from in the past 7 years, we've been going up on average $2.25 million each year, but we are fully funded.
We're self-funded.
Okay.
So whatever the claims are, we pay for it.
That's right. And as far as taxpayers, they pay in 78% of this health insurance.
A little bit more, but yes, at the end of the day, yes.
All right, that's something we're going to have to address here in the near future as well. We got to figure out how to get a grip on it. It's not our employees that's causing is just, I believe we have people that has been retired or had left this government.
No, sir, this is, our employee health care is our active employee,
Okay,
our active employees. As I said before, we're self-insured, which means when we have good years, our rates don't go up much, but we're having a bad year. We've had several high-cost claims this year. And it ebbs and flows. I think if you look back, we've said that from when we started. We're gonna have good years, we're gonna have bad years. We're hitting a bad year.
all right. What's your recommendation to get a grip on this?
On
This health care? Is it going to be a one-time hit, is what you assuming?
No, sir, we have to adjust our rates that the
Okay.
employees are paying. We have not done that in at least the last 7 years. We can't make it all up in one time, but
That's correct.
we will have to adjust our rates. And as a long-term fix, we're also going to have to look at our plan. We have a very robust plan for benefits. We're going to have to look at that. Is there a way to change to a different plan at different costs?
Right.
That is not going to fix this year or next year. It's going to be a long-term process to determine the best way to move forward with that. So probably in 2027 is when we're going to see a major change in our benefit structure.
Okay. All right. So as far as moving forward, in my heart, I don't believe that the taxpayers, they shouldn't have to be paying for this reimbursement. The health care is just one-time hit. Law enforcement, we are going to take care of our law enforcement. But that was the reason why we got our contingency account. I know that we expect an $18 million back from FEMA. That puts us at 58. But if we take out 10.8 mil out of it to pay for it, that way it covers 2025 to where we balance for 2025.
Yes, sir. I mean, we are expecting to be reimbursed by FEMA, so it will drop our fund balance if everything gets paid out this year by $11 million.
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we take it out of our fund balance to satisfy this shortfall for the year 2025. And come next month, we're going to have to start making hard decisions that's going to affect the taxpayer. So that's my motion, is to take it out of the fund balance for this $10,891,780.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle to take this shortfall from our fund balance, and a second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Interim Director Scherer, you have the floor, sir.
If you could specify the millage rate,
Okay.
that would need to know which millage rate to charge, and if you charge the
If we do the
rollback rate-
rollback, there's no increases.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, he's amended that motion to be the rollback and take the shortfall for 2025 of $10,891,790. Seconded by Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Hey, I just want to make sure I make a point. You know, I think we've made a clear statement and understood. We got some cleaning up to do. It's been echoed numerous times over and over again that we got some hard decisions to make, and we're going to have to make them. But thrusting that on the backs of the constituents until we execute that cleanup isn't an option. So I agreed with the recommendation, but I want everyone to understand we're going to have to tighten our belts in some areas. We're going to have to do some serious cleanup. And right now, we're also going to have to ensure that years of decisions that are now starting to poke their heads out and really be problematic, we're going to have to deal with them. And we're going to have to make these hard decisions. So I need the public to understand, because I know there's been a lot of outcry and thinking that we're trying to thrust additional cost on the public, and that's not the case. We're going to clean this up. And the first step is making sure that we deal with this deficit for 2025. And then as we go into our very needed discussions to determine cost savings or otherwise for FY26, we need to determine what we look like going forward. So I need the public to give us the confidence and understanding that we're going to do just that. We're the fiscal authority for our county government, and we got work to do. So I just need everybody to understand that. Mr. Schreier, I appreciate the information you've brought us and the effort to continually ensure that we understand this. Ms. Allen, we're going to rely upon you and the staff to ensure that we really dig in this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess George has already left for the day. Ask aloud because I wanted to make sure he got this, and everybody else, especially my constituents too, who have been sending me emails, calls, text messages about this. But yeah, I'm making sure that I vote to not raise any property taxes. So just putting it out there so everybody knows that this commissioner is voting for no raise for property taxes here.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. There's still 2 cameras in the back, so I think you're covered. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I have 2 questions. And one of them, I know it may take us going into budget session to get an answer for it, but have we looked at what other municipalities are doing to keep up with the cost of goods and services in their areas? So as they continue to build their cities and build their counties and just offer the things, the amenities that their citizens want, are there other creative ways to come up with the funding for those options?
If I may, we have all the funding options available to us except one. We have not implemented an excise tax on energy. That is about the only thing that we could increase. Other communities that are growing, their digest grows faster, so they don't have to raise the millage rate. Ours grows, but not very fast. So we're at that point where we're facing rising costs and our revenues are relatively steady.
So then would you say, since you're saying our digest does not grow as quickly, that refers back to housing options and then potentially not just housing options, of course, you have to do things to attract people to come to your area, but you definitely need to have the housing options and different amenities, so to speak, in your area.
Housing plays a part also. The industrial growth plays a part also.
Okay.
We are, as a county, we are very business friendly, and we offer some very lucrative tax abatements deal for industries that come into Augusta, with the hope that we bring the businesses in and they will move their people in, and the people will live in Augusta and build houses and live in our area.
So would it be safe to say, based off of your response to me, that making sure infrastructure is in place, making sure that we are, I'm not going to use the word partnering with, but making sure that we are focused in on housing and development, as well as the industries that we bring in, making sure that we can support those industries through going back to infrastructure. Is that what I hear?
That's a key part, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you. The last question was, what dictates a bad year? Because you mentioned that, but I really wanted to gain a better understanding of what dictates a bad year, like when you're forecasting, what does that look like?
Last year, we were about $1 million over budget, which is on a $32 million budget with healthcare, we're pretty good. The prior year, we're, I think, with $300,000 below that. So if it's in that, anywhere in that $500,000 below to $500,000 is above. When we hit the $7 million mark in claims, that's when I start to panic. And as I said in June, I started tracking this back in June, and it's kind of, I've reached out to our consultants, and they're saying, you've got some high cost claims, and just the cost of healthcare is going up and up and up. So this is, while we're having a bad year, we are going to face increased healthcare costs, and we are going to need to raise change our methodology in charging our employees. So just, people got sick, basically.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We'll discuss more later.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a proper second. That's the take. Yes, ma'am. I was going to state it, but Madam Clerk, do you have it? The motion was made by the commissioner from the 10th to do the full rollback, and take the $10.9 million from our fund balance and apply to the shortfall for 2025, and it was proper seconded by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. So seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote.
Carries 10-1, with Ms. Turnley voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item number 55. It's been requested. Someone has.
Item 55.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 55 is to discuss and approve process to start seeking a partner for building and operating a water park on the south side, preferably Diamond Lakes Park, using $5 million in seed money from SPLOST 8.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. I'm bringing this item forward just because of all the discussion around SPLOST 9 coming, as well as some of the projects that we've been working on with SPLOST 8. For whatever reason, this item keeps coming up as reference point for many things. As many of you remember, recently we heard a presentation from Destination Augusta about the zip line that's coming to the river at the 5th Street Bridge. That was another one of these projects from SPLOST 8 that previous commissioner from the 7th, Sean Franham, really pushed. And thankfully, with the huge help from Destination Augusta, that's come to fruition, and we're going to start seeing development and construction there very soon. So in light of that success with Destination Augusta and just the great partner that they have been over the last many years, I know that Benish is here from Destination Augusta. I know that he has sent some information over to the administrator in regards to some conversations that they've had with other water parks around the region. I want to make a proposal that we ask Destination Augusta to partner with Augusta to find a partner, much like they did with the operator for the zip line, for a water park to be placed at Diamond Lakes as that SPLOST package stated.
Thank you. Commissioner Garrett, you putting that in the form of a motion?
I make a motion that we partner with Destination Augusta and the administrator's office, however they want to work with this, to find a partner to come and use this $5 million as seed money as it was intended to, but also to contribute their own money as well to build and operate a water park at Diamond Lakes Park.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. And I hear a second by Commissioner Francine Scott.
Yes, and I would just like to.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And this is something that we have been tossing back and forth, and I would like to just say thank you, Commissioner Garrett, because we did bring this before the people in SPLOST 8. And I think it would be a disservice for us to not, we campaign and we ask the constituents to vote on it, and now we want to do something totally different. So I applaud you, Commissioner Garrett and Administrator and Mr. Brown for accepting this so we can move forward and give the people what they asked for. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Garrett, you back in the queue, sir?
Thank you. And I know Mr. Todd's still sitting out there somewhere. Sometimes he claims that we don't listen to him, but we have heard you. And so I just want to say thank you again for the constant reminder to make sure that this project keeps moving forward. And Benish, thank you for your willingness to step in and help. And Administrator, I appreciate all the help that's going to go in towards this.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a proper second. Motion by Commissioner Garrett, second by Commissioner Scott to task the CVB, the Administrator's Office, to try to find an operator for an investor for the water park for $5 million. We're prepared to vote. Commissioner Clark, get in the queue, sir. You hopped in at the last minute.
I got one question. I know, so this was on SPLOST 8, and I don't think we ever designated a time period with this. Are we saying let's just let this go?
Well, if it's to my understanding, all of the money is not quite collected for this. So if we start the process now, by the time we find a suitable partner, all of the $5 million should be collected from SPLOST 8. Okay. I don't know how you can put a time constraint around this. I know with the zip line, it took Destination Augusta well over a year, right? And that was with all of their site visits and the work that they put into vetting the operator. So I don't know if it would be fair to them or us really to find a good partner within a certain time period.
Right, and the plan is to move forward with really finding a partner once the $5 million is collected, or starting now? Okay, and so I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because it's kind of some confusion on how that process is working, when this was voted, and so on. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you. I'm just, whoever wants to respond to this. If we go out on this process, and Mr. Benish, thank you for willing to take the torch and run with this, try to find a suitable vendor for this seed money. But if we cannot find one, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. But I think it might be best, let's keep our fingers crossed. And if not, we're going to find a suitable use for out there at Diamond Lake, something to do with water and for the kids, especially for the kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Clark.
Mr. Mayor, I forgot. I had one last thing. I just want to make sure and clarify this for the record as well. We're not looking to bring in a water park that the city is managing. We're looking for a private vendor to come in to do this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
100%.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that doesn't get twisted as well, that Augusta is going in the water park business. So let's dispel some of those rumors as well while we're talking about this. Rest assured, Parks and Rec Director, we're not to manage a water park, okay? Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Barnhill-Turnley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it does need a time limit, because nothing is open-ended. This has been going on now for a while, so I'm comfortable with saying putting a 12-month from September 1st. That gives them 12 months, and they can always come back for an extension. But I think leaving it open-ended is just too long for something that's been out there for a while.
Thank you, Commissioner Turnley. Commissioner from the 8th, would you be the acceptance of putting a 12-month?
I believe it would probably be best to get input from Benish Brown on what he thinks is doable.
All right. All right.
Because
Mr. Brown, for the record, please.
And I say that because he does not work for us. So right. he's agreed to partner with us.
All right. Mr. Brown, please state your name and who you represent.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Benish Brown with Destination Augusta. Our office is at 1010 Broad Street, downtown. So I appreciate having some framework around this. I would like to have the chance to have more conversation with the administrator first. And let's kind of clarify actually how we're partnering on this. So if you don't mind, I hear loud and clear that this shouldn't be hanging out very long. And I'm sure my team is probably cringing right now that Benny says yes to one more thing. But so yeah, I hear loud and clear, but if you don't mind allowing us to at least have some dialogue.
Yes, ma'am. All right. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Turnley has accepted. Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote. We have a motion and a second to engage Destination Augusta in the Administrator's Office to find the operator of the water park.
That motion carries 10-1, with Mr. Lewis voting no.
The commissioner from the 6th is saying he pushed yes, Madam Clerk.
As much as I talk about the water park,
I see no on the screen, Ms. Bonner. I'm just saying.
Come on. All right. Madam Clerk, is that your discernment?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to these appointments. We're going to go through 57 through 61. Let's start at 57, please.
57. Item 57 is to approve the reappointment of Mr. Gregory Hill to the Augusta Economic Development Authority requested by Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
I was going to just make a motion to.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Clark. Motion made by Commissioner Rice. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk. Huh? I don't know. So I'll take. Yeah, let's read. Let's
No, let's just vote.
let's just vote.
Already motion.
She's already voted. That's a second. Let's vote. She's trying to get to it.
Let's vote.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting. This is for Mr. Gregory Hill.
I think we are some capable individuals up there.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item number.
Item 58 is
Yes,
a
ma'am.
motion to reappoint Stephen Kendricks to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion? Commissioner Garrett, you
I
have the floor.
was asking Commissioner Lewis if he wanted to do this one. Motion to reappoint Stephen Kendrick to Augusta Economic Development.
There's a motion and there's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting. Commissioner Scott, I see you're on. You good? All right, we're voting, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, I'm present.
Okay. That motion fails with, go ahead, with Mr. Johnson voting yes, Ms. Pulliam voting yes, Mr. Tony Lewis voting yes, Mr. Brandon Garrett, and Ms. Francine Scott. Voting no, Ms. Catherine Rice, Ms. Turnley, Mr. Clark, Ms. Slindeck, and Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam
Not
Clerk.
voting,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Guilfoyle.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. All right, let's move on to item number 59.
All right. Item number 59 is the reappointment of Mr. Corey Johnson to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Yep, I make the motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Clark. There's a second by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
That motion carries 10-1, with Ms. Pulliam voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to item number 60.
Item 60 is a motion to approve the appointment of Melanie Taylor for the Economic Development Authority Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about Ms. Taylor's qualifications to serve on the Economic Development Authority Board. Just wanted to know from the commissioner who recommended her, anyone who can answer this, because I'm not familiar with Ms. Taylor's experience to be on the EDA. Can someone speak to that for me, please?
Yes, sir. I certainly can. She's a well-accomplished, not only a local Augustan, but an accomplished business owner. She owns a salon called Unique Vision, which she travels the world, not only selling product, but also displaying her talents around the globe. She's a bootstrapper to where she graduated from high school and pulled herself up, learned her talents and her skill set, and she's grown into a business to where she acts as a hub for many small businesses that want to operate in her space. So I think she is well-deserving and certainly very skilled at running a small business.
Seems like you should have been on this agenda recommending her. Okay, I just want to make sure that we had an understanding who she was.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You said what I need to say. I think she'd definitely would be a great asset to this board. And so I'm hoping that we can go ahead and vote this up or down.
All right, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's second. There's a motion to approve by the Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Barnhill Turnley. Madam Clerk, see no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
That motion carries 9-2, with Mr. Johnson and Ms. Scott voting no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to item 61, please.
Item 61 is a motion to approve the reappointment of former Mayor Deke Copenhaver to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, while I would love to make this motion, I know that I can't. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to ask for the reappointment of former Mayor Deke Copenhaver.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're voting. I'm sorry.
I got a question.
Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. This question is for the attorney. What prohibits the mayor from making a motion on this particular item? If he has a request in, what prohibits him from making the motion?
To be quite honest, Mr. Lewis, I think he could have made the motion if he had.
Okay, I just, for clarification, he's made the statement that he cannot, so I just want to make sure that he was in line.
Typically, I think what he's working under the premise is that the chair typically does not make a motion. Like at the committee level,
This is not committed. This is not committed. This is not committed. This is a regular commission. So for the record, I just want to make sure.
I'm not familiar with it. The chair could not make the motion, but I can certainly verify that. But with there being a valid motion second, it's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I would like clarity on that as well. If I'm the producer of an agenda item, having the ability to make a motion will greatly be beneficial if I'm able to. Get clear. All right. Madam Clerk, we got a few others that need to vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis. Okay. That motion carries 9-1, with Mr. Lewis voting no, Ms. Pulliam out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go back to the top of the agenda here. We got some folks that have been patiently waiting for a while, and I appreciate your patience. I think that's going to take us back to about item number 4, if I'm correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 4 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition by George Fuller on behalf of the Georgia Baptist Children's Home and the Salvation Army, requesting a rezoning from a Zone A agriculture and a R11 family residential to a Zone R1C1 family residential affecting property located at 3630 Windsor Spring Road.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Mr. Kepner.
As stated, this is a application to rezone from agriculture and R1 to an R1C. This is a proposed residential subdivision of 107 lots. Lot widths under that R1C would be 60 feet wide, a minimum of 6,000 square feet, 6,000 square feet per lot. The proposed subdivision or the zoning would allow for 7 dwelling units per acre, and the proposed dwelling units per acre is approximately 3. Planning Commission did recommend approval.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kepner. Commissioner Lewis, I see you in the queue. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we had some objectors to this. Come on up, madam. One of you who's going to represent your group of objectors. Madam, if you don't mind, for the record, please state your name and address.
Absolutely. My name is Christine Hagemeister, address 3590 Windsor Spring Road, Hepzibah, Georgia.
Thank you, madam. You have time to state the reason for your objection.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Christine Hagemeister, and I'm one of the owners of Windsor Manor Wedding Venue, which is a historic venue here in Augusta. I'd like to thank you all for your time today. I know that it's at the end of the day and it's something of value, and I'm incredibly aware of the privilege of this space to be able to stand before you and talk, so I appreciate it. I'm here today to respectfully oppose the agenda item Z2528, the proposed rezoning and development of a single-family residential subdivision adjacent to Windsor Manor. Here are a few reasons why I believe Augusta should say no to this rezoning. First, preservation of community character. Windsor Manor, while built just over a century ago, was intentionally established as a wedding venue in a quiet, wooded setting. That setting is not just an aesthetic choice, it's essential to our business and to the experience couples expect when they choose us. Georgia law requires any rezoning to align with Augusta's comprehensive land use plan, which currently designates this area as rural and agricultural. A high-density subdivision would directly conflict with that designation and disrupt the character of this community. Number 2, noise and nuisance conflicts. Windsor Manor operates fully in compliance with Richmond County's, noise ordinance, but introducing a large subdivision next door guarantees inevitable conflicts. Neighbors often complain about music, cars, or lights, even when venue is fully compliant. By approving this rezoning, this would be creating a predictable and avoidable nuisance issue between new homeowners and existing lawful business. 3, traffic and infrastructure. Our current roads already struggle to handle the fast-paced daily traffic, and they are certainly not equipped to absorb the additional load that another subdivision-level traffic would bring. The infrastructure is not simply in place to support such concentrated increase in the population. Along Windsor Springs, safe pedestrian access is already limited, sidewalks are scarce, and there are few designated crosswalks. As a result, people often cross wherever they can, which has sadly left to accidents and deaths, which I personally witnessed at one a couple months ago, which I would love to forget. If the goal of this development is to attract more families, we must also recognize that this area lacks parks and public spaces, though I was excited about the water park when I heard that, because Diamond Lakes is where we go, that families need to gather safely and build community. Adding 100 new homes would only add congestion daily and place a constant strain on public services. Addressing those challenges would ultimately require higher taxes or budget reallocations. So I ask respectfully, if this development is to move forward, are we prepared to create the budgets and plans necessary to build the infrastructure that would make this area truly safe and sustainable for the community that we're approving to grow? And then economic and community impact. So every wedding at Windsor Manor generates a real economic benefit for Augusta. A single event brings between 30 and 150 guests, many from outside the area. They stay in our hotels, they dine in our restaurants, and they hire local florists, photographers, musicians, and other various vendors. Windsor Manor is not just one business. It's a centerpiece of a much larger small business ecosystem that drives tourism and generates year-round tax revenue for this county. If Windsor Manor's appeal is compromised, that tourism spending will not just disappear, it will leave Augusta for other cities. And then 2 more, beyond the business impact, this development represents a permanent loss of agricultural land, green space, provides natural flood control, wildlife habitats, and help maintain cleaner air and water. Once it's paved over, it's lost forever. And finally, approving this rezoning sets a dangerous precedence. If high-density development is allowed in risk rural buffer, what stops further encroachment? Once approval opens the door for more rezonings that chip away at the very character and purpose of the area, what begins as one housing development could quickly grow into a pattern of developments that overwhelm our infrastructure, erode their rural identity, and diminish the very qualities that make this community desirable in the first place. Project must go forward despite these issues. We ask that remedies be put in place to protect Windsor Manor and their surrounding community. That includes requiring wider buffer zones with trees and fencing, limiting traffic egress and ingress, and lowering density to larger estate-sized lots instead of tightly packed homes. This is more than just about Windsor Manor. It's about Augusta's economy, small businesses, and long-term community character. Once we lose agricultural land and historical community asset, we cannot get them back. If this development must go through, I urge you to at least put remedies in place, but the best choice for Augusta is to vote no on the rezoning. Thank you again for your time.
Ms. Christine, thank you so much, and thank you for being a small business owner and operating a wedding venue. I see a few colleagues in the queue, but I'm asking petitioners to start making their way up while I'll address the commission. Commissioner Garrett from the 8th, sir, you have the floor, and if I will, Mr. Petitioner, if you come up, we're going to be with you in just a second. Commissioner?
Actually, Mayor, before he comes up, I have a question for Mr. Kepner.
Okay, Mr. Kepner, just have a seat right there so we have you up in just a second. All right?
Is that okay?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So in regard, what was that? I haven't thrown anything at anybody today. So when this went through planning and zoning, my understanding is there was one objector, correct?
There were some objectors, yes.
But I think the objections were because there was some misinformation about the size of the homes that were going to be built.
That and traffic.
Well, traffic's always, it's literally with every planning thing that, I mean, I was on the planning commission and I think traffic was the #1 thing we all heard. And, you know, none of us like traffic, but it comes with development. So in regards to the objectors that came to the Planning and Zoning Commission, once they heard what the true home size, which are, do you remember what the home sizes are?
To be honest, I don't.
Okay. I think they're going to be anywhere from that 2,000 to 2,500 square foot range, which are pretty decent sized homes. So with those objectors that showed up to the Planning and Zoning Commission, how did the commission vote there?
They recommended approval.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. From the 8th, Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wingill.
Thank you. Tell me about the density of this subdivision, comparable to the other Cambridge and the other subdivisions, Town Creek.
This density would be a lot higher, but it's still basically because they're providing at least 25% open space. We're talking about a density of approximately 3 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. As far as the backside of the property, which points towards Windsor Manor, matter of fact, if you talk to Ian Shiverick, tell him I said hello, if you would, please.
I will. He's trying to move to Spain.
Okay. It's been a while since I spoke with him. But as far as the Windsor Manor, it's about 1/8 of a mile away from where this development is going, because you got to go through the power line to get through the woods to get to it. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I used the GIS map on the Augusta.gov, and it was 542 feet from our property line to the other property line.
Okay. So you expecting some kind of disruption in your business there, or?
It's just more of the aesthetic of, and then the property around us is also for sale as well. So, so just kind of creating that buffer zone to still remain a wooded, very much a wood, like setback in the woods, 1921 cottage home.
Right. So with that 500 and something feet that you have looked on the GIS from a crow's fly from your property line to their property line, do you also see how they gave the buffer on their plat, which is probably another 100 feet?
I didn't see that for the proposed plans. I just saw it on the GIS.
Can we get that up? So that might give you a little bit of better feeling about this project. Because when it comes to housing, as far as the traffic, that's Windsor Spring Road. 4, 6 lanes, it matters where you at on that road. And the whole thing about South Richmond County, that's the only place that growth could happen. Now, if you look where that retention pond is, between that retention pond and Winston Spring Road, that's how much borders. At least they would put a little bit of thought saying, how can we separate us? So that might help. Is there a fence or anything that's going up?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Is there a problem putting a fence or anything up?
You certainly can make that as one of the conditions. Right, but that's from planning
Can we hear from the developer?
Yes, sir. Come on up, sir. If you don't mind, for the record, please state your name and address.
Sure, I'm George Fuller. My address is 525 Chamblin Road, Grovetown, Georgia.
And just tell us who you represent.
Four Seasons Landscaping.
Yes, sir. All right.
Also, the buffer that's up there, that's mostly wetland. We really.
That's right.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
That's right.
It's all wet. That's why we didn't even try to put a high density development in there. We just went for a lot less lots and not even get into that wet area. So that's heavily wooded.
And you can see right there on Winston Spring where that little offset is, that's where the water's going in.
Correct.
And dumping directly on that property.
That is correct. And, so our density at 3 per acre is really very low for what the ordinance allows for. So, and it's going to be a very nice subdivision. It's going to be exactly like Wedgewood that we have on Peach Orchard Road. The houses will be the smallest houses will be 1,800 feet. The largest houses will be close to 3,000 feet. The entry prices will start at $280, and they'll go up to probably $360, $375. They're the exact same houses that are in Wedgewood, and we also have Camellia Park in Thompson that is just a mirror image of this development.
I definitely appreciate you responding to that and reminding us that it is a wet weather. So nobody's going to be traveling from the houses to the Windsor Manor through the woods, which is good. As far as I think your only 2 concerns was traffic and the distance. So
we're in the nursery business, so we're gonna put a heavy buffer along the front, and the same as what's on Peach Orchard Road.
Okay. I definitely appreciate you coming before us, young lady. I appreciate you answering the questions. My motion's to approve.
There's a motion to approve, and
second
I
it.
heard a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Y'all send tight. We got a few other colleagues in the queue. Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
I think I'll just yield. I did want to make a comment on it. I appreciate, thank you. Just wanted to make note that, at one time, there was going to be about 300 houses built on about that same land.
Correct.
Then it was reduced about 200 and so. Now we're talking about 100 and some houses. A lot better quality houses. And I just want to applaud you, not to diminish your concern about how it's going to affect your business, but this is a great opportunity for us in South Richmond County, and especially in District 6, to get some rooftops. And I think they have a great plan. I've looked at it. So I just appreciate the effort that you guys are putting forth to help develop that particular land there. It's already been motioned and approved, but I just wanted to make it known that I applaud and I'm in on your project. Okay?
Yes, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Jordan Johnson first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is to the developer. What type of housing is this?
It's obviously single-family housing. Are you familiar with Wedgewood developments on Peach Orchard Road? It's about 1.5 miles from this.
No, I'm not.
Oh, it's the exact same builder.
It says here on behalf of the Georgia Baptist Children's Home and the Salvation Army. Is this housing for like the homeless or for?
Those are the current owners. That's who I'm purchasing the land from.
Okay, all right. But this is market rate housing.
Oh yeah, the houses, they will not be less than $280,000 starting.
Okay.
And basically the Wedgewood development has taken off, and yes, it has. It's gone perfectly fine. We're selling houses very well. So we're looking forward to getting this project started. We're going to be out of lots in Wedgewood, hopefully, about time this comes online. So,
Okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Commissioner Guilfoyle, seconded by Commissioner Rice. We're prepared to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
Ms. Christine, thank you for being here. Thank you. Sir, thank you for being here as well. Thank you.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to number 5, I think it takes us to.
Item number 5 is a request for concurrence with a petition requesting a rezoning from a zone R1 one-family residential and an R1A one-family residential to a zone R1E one-family residential to develop a single-family residential subdivision affecting property located at 400 Warren Road.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kepner.
As Ms. Bonner has stated, this is actually, it's half of a larger lot. It's approximately 4 acres out of a 7.5 acre lot. This would be developing the east portion of the property. There would be 30 lots, and the lots range, basically the lot size would be 2,000 square feet. The intent of this subdivision is for starter homes. They're proposing modern type cottages for families for people who have just got married or people that are looking to get homes, and they would be starter homes. Planning Commission did recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kepner. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear from the residents first before I speak.
All right, we got the objectors. The objectors, come on up. I need a designee.
Jeff.
Additionally, do we have the petitioner, the builders here? Who represents the bill? Okay, I see him over here. All right, we're going to be with you in just a second, okay? Madam, if you will, for the record, I need your name and address, please.
My name is Thomasine Deere, 117 Kings Chapel Court, Montclair.
All right, Commissioner Guilfoyle, you have the floor.
No, I'm going to hear from the.
I am opposed to this development for the mere reason that this is a church developer type thing together, and I don't understand exactly how it's going to end up working. The homes are going to be 800 to 900 square feet at a price of $250,000, and that is $277 per square foot. It's going to be sitting in the parking lot, what is the existing parking lot of the Good News Church. There are going to be, as he said, I think approximately 30 homes, and then I guess the parking lot's going to move behind the church. The developer, I met with the pastor and the developer, and Mr. Teskey, who is the developer, there is another developer that they spoke of. I don't know who that is, but it's under Proposed Holdings, LLC. The state of Georgia, the Georgia Secretary of State lists that as there are no businesses, just for legal purposes. And I'm not sure in the end how this is going to be, that it can be on the property there of the church. The church owns the property. They're going to split the funds. I don't think I have a good understanding of how this is going to work as a development.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Guilfoyle, you still have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, every item that came before us, the last 4, I've always supported any housing that's going to complement the area. There's no doubt about that. I don't care for apartments. And to be truthful with what I'm seeing here, it abuts Montclair, which is a neighborhood of, God, I can imagine it's 1,000 residents in there, which has houses. apparently the neighborhood is not aware of this, and it abuts I-20 and Warren Road. So when you go down Warren Road, you take a left to go Warren Road Bridge to get to Skinner Mill Road. This is what you're going to be seeing. I don't think it's practical for the area, number one. Does it complement the area? I don't think so. I'm not in support of this. I had numerous phone calls from the neighborhood that abuts this property here, and my motion is going to be to deny.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion to deny. Is there a second? There's a motion to deny this development. Is there a second? That motion fails without a proper.
See that.
My motion fails without a proper second. So, Commissioner from the 7th, Commissioner Slindak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also have had a lot of calls and emails against this. I personally, I think those are tiny homes, and I know, they say starter homes and everything, but with a price point like that for an 800 or 900 square foot house, I'm just not sure that's complementary to that area. Montclair, they've had so much put on them with things getting approved and then it not getting built or turning out right. And it's a very well-established neighborhood. I mean, just personally, I don't care for the design, but I mean, that's just me. But to have all those little homes in that little area where you've got a recreation center, a school, and 2 other busy roads dumping right into where that comes out. I don't personally really want to kill it. I think maybe, I agree we need some homes. I just have just some questions about the church being the developer, and I would just love to see this maybe go back to the Planning Commission for some more discussion with the neighborhood.
That motion?
Yes,
Yep.
I'd make a motion go back with some discussion to be available then with more people from the neighborhood and with the developer.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Rice. All right. I want to have the petitioners come on up. I'm going to give you a couple minutes since we had the objectors. Just one of you guys, or if you will, for the record, I need your name and address and who you're representing.
Nick Teskey, 460 Timberwolf Trail, representing Purpose Holdings.
Timberwood Trail is located in?
Martinez.
Martinez. All right, sir.
My name is Matt Judd. I pastor Good News Church. I live at 2009 Wellington Road, North Augusta.
Thank you so much. You guys got a few minutes to tell us a little bit about your development, maybe address some of the concerns from the commission from the 7th.
Sure. We're looking at 30 homes. The price point, part of that is, as you say, there's a parking lot on one side before we can ever start. And we've met with planning and the planning and development group multiple times over the last, 5-6 months, a year or so, going back and forth on some of these things. But we'd have to take the existing parking lot, provide obviously parking for the church. This property will be divorced from the church. So these 4 acres will, right now it's still going to be, after the rezoning, will still be in the church's ownership. But at the point of when the development's approved and all the plans are approved, that will go into an LLC. And we are partnering with the church on that in the sense that we're splitting revenues with them. But the reality is they're with the need and the desperate need for homes for first-time home buyers. I've got some kids that have been kind of priced out of the market, and that's been one of the what sort of led us in this direction to begin with.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Pastor, anything you'd like to add? Or?
I've been pastoring Good News for 20 years. 30 years, but 20 years at this location on Warren Road. And we have intended to be good neighbors to Montclair, Warren Road, the people there. We've done a lot of wonderful things over the years to be a blessing to the community. And we've had offers over the years for office complex, a school, some townhouses, and nothing that we really felt would be adequate use of that space, that land. And so Nick is someone that I know. He approached me with this, and we just thought about it and talked to our membership. We actually have 3 different churches that meet in our building, plus we do release time with Warren Road Elementary, which is, they bring 100 kids over to our church every Tuesday for Bible lessons during the school year. So we have these different ministries, and everybody was in favor that we talked to. The congregation was in favor of this. And it was still, we're going to be a church. We'll have our church parking lot, but I just thought it would be add value to the neighborhood. It would be a good thing for Augusta, a good thing for Montclair and Warren Road, good thing for Good News Church and for our partner here. And then I think it would be a good thing for the people that will be moving there. We're a church. We offer classes and financial management, marriage classes. You'd have a neighborhood right there by the church that we could to be a help to. So those are some of our reasons why we want to do this development.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes from the 3rd, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was at the Planning and Zoning meeting 2 weeks ago, and I listened to this, and I'm with Commissioner Slindak. I definitely think that this needs to go back to the Planning and Zoning and be discussed, and also to allow more residents in the area to be able to come out and speak, because I have received emails as well. And I think that they do need to be more informed, and that the Planning and Zoning needs to hear more about this project. It only came before us once, so I think a second time around on this would be good for the neighbors and residents to be able to come out and speak. So, but I appreciate your efforts, and I personally, I think it's a great concept. I'm not sure if that's the right area, but somewhere else for sure, it would be great. Augusta would benefit from it. Thanks.
We have reached out to the neighborhood, and I mean, we'd love to continue dialogue with the neighborhood, because, you know, that was some of the input, and we got some great input from the open meeting that we had. And I'm working with architects right now, so that was some things that we could change. But I've kind of got them held off pending, obviously, the results of this meeting.
Yes, sir. Well, you have a great opportunity to meet with those residents should this motion pass. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the developers, you said these is how many square feet?
Approximately 900 square feet.
900, and how much are they selling for?
$230 to $250 is the price point that we're looking at right now.
Well, that's affordable in a lot of ways in terms of market value right now.
Right.
Okay, well, I mean, here's my thoughts on it. I think that this is definitely unique housing. We talk a lot about, you know, different types of housing, and if this were 1940 something, this would have been a shotgun house in Harrisburg, right? But here we are now, 2025. It's a different model for housing for families that are just starting out, that are just coming in, that may not be able to afford a big, you know, 2,000 plus square foot home in a subdivision, but they can afford something around this range,
right,
even with a FHA loan or something like that. So, I mean, I support the project. It's not my district, so my support don't matter on this one. But what I will say is that this is the direction I think that a lot of communities are starting to go in. If you go to Atlanta, anywhere along the Beltline, anywhere in the you know, the hippie area, I forgot what it's called, Little 5 Points or Little 4 Points, something like that. You see these types of housing, and it's even popping up in like your Buckhead area up there. And so I want to just kind of submit that while Augusta is still trying to get caught up on some national trends, we're not going to be able to run from this kind of stuff much longer, because this is the trend that most communities are going towards. So again, if this were back in the day, this just would have been a shotgun house.
Right.
But I think we have to open up our minds and understand that housing is taking a turn, and it's just not what we're used to. The white picket fence, the 3 bedrooms, the car, the dog, the kids, that's just not where we are right now in the market. But anyways, what I want to just say is I think this is great. Going back to the Planning Commission might be helpful. But ultimately, I think it's a great concept. Even with container homes, we talked last meeting about container homes. This is what a container home would look like. So if this is the direction that Augusta's trying to entertain, we have to be more open to having the conversations about these. And then us as elected officials also kind of massage in that conversation with folks in our neighborhoods too. What I'm saying may not be popular, but it's the truth. The fact of the matter is, this is where we're going, even with apartments. It's just how the housing market is trending right now. But nonetheless, good job. If it doesn't work in other districts, give me a call, because I got some spots I think it can work. All right? Thank you.
Case in point, this is not a container home. This is stick built.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner from 7, Commissioner Slindak.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Teskey, have you developed anything like this anywhere else?
No, not yet.
You
This would be a
haven't?
first.
Not yet. This will be your first
Correct.
development. Okay. And again, like I said, I don't want to absolutely just deny and kill this thing. You know, I think there just needs to be a lot more information, again, between the church and some neighbors. And I'd be glad to set up something for you guys to come and meet with the Montclair area and really hash some stuff out more so than doing it right here, right now. So I would recommend we take this back to planning and zoning.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, ma'am.
One of my other concerns was, in the meeting, we realized that there wasn't any financing for it. There were no comps with the same size. I think Mr. Teskey said he bought a home at front of Warren Road and renovated it to sell it to try to have a comp. That house has not sold. It was $253. The house has been dropped the price to $247, I believe it is. So that is a concern if there's nothing comparable to it in that price range of $277 a square foot, a big home down the street, a brand new home on Warren Road, $649,000 home sold at $209 per square feet.
Okay. All right.
Per square foot, excuse me.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Deere.
All right. The chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice in the 3rd.
I just got one quick question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If for some reason, if you've got an elderly couple, let's say, looking for one of these, it might be hard for an elderly couple to get to the second floor where the bedroom is. Have you kept
Absolutely.
in mind that you might, I'm not saying, but it would kind of limit somebody that might have some disabilities. What are your thoughts on that? Would it be limited just to the younger, or how is this? I'm just curious as to what you would do with the.
Sure. Obviously, our target was first-time home buyers. There is a bedroom on the first floor.
Oh.
So there would be access to that, but this is
There
2
is.
bedrooms upstairs. There would not be with the particular plan you're looking at now. It's a 3-bedroom.
Okay. I was just looking at this picture, but no, that was my quick question. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Slindak, you still in, or are we ready to vote? You out? Madam Clerk, we have a motion by the Commissioner from the 7th to send this back to planning and zoning for the developers in the neighborhood to get together, try to sort this out. We have a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. We're ready to vote.
Okay, let's see, 2, 6, 8, yeah, they're gone. That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to item number 8. That was requested to be pulled by Commissioner from the 1st. Let's go to item 8.
Item 8 is a request for concurrence to deny without prejudice a petition requesting a special exception to establish a convenience store with a drive-through restaurant affecting properties located at 2385 Tobacco Road and 4202 White Pine Court.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Kepner?
I believe Commissioner Johnson had some questions.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, I wanted to know why Why was it recommended to deny this property, this development?
The applicants didn't show up.
Okay, so could this go back to the planning commission to
Well,
give?
I believe the staff recommendation was, all right, this is a companion, this is a special exception that allows for the convenience store, with gas pumps in the store. The rezoning was item number 2 that was deleted because it needed to go to a B1 classification in order to get the special exception. Planning staff was recommending approval of the rezoning, but recommending denial of the convenience store.
What was the reason for that?
Location, the overall outlay of the development.
Where's this located specifically?
It's right there on the corner of Tobacco Road and White Pine Court.
Where's White Pine Court?
Ooh, now you're going to ask me that, and I honestly don't know. I'm sorry.
Does anyone who lives near Tobacco Road know where White Pine Court is?
Well, the commissioner from the 6th has left the meeting.
Come on.
It's right next to Tobacco Road Elementary School.
Is that near Ridge Forest? Is that where Ridge Forest is?
Yeah, exactly. That's Ridge Forest.
Okay.
Okay. So the petitioner could in fact come back and try this again, or if the commission denied, it's just done?
Yeah, the reason for their requesting to have it withdrawn is because if it was denied, then they'd have to wait 6 months before they could come back before the board.
So they requested that it be withdrawn?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, so they requested it be withdrawn, but the staff also requested denial?
No, we, as staff, because they requested it have to be withdrawn, as staff, we were advising Ms. Bonner that we were requesting withdrawal because the applicant was requesting withdrawal.
Okay, so is this a denial or withdrawal, or should we just?
They were requesting a withdrawal.
Okay, all right. So in that case, we're to deny. I'm a little confused on what we're.
It's not an action.
So this is not an action at all?
No, because they were requesting the withdrawal.
Then you won't.
Ms. Bond, how do I need to vote on this?
Your conscience.
Okay.
But no, there will be no official action taken because they're asking for it to be deleted from the agenda.
Okay, so, all right, I'm with you. Okay. Well, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 1st. Madam Clerk, we can just move on. We don't take any action, do we? You need a motion for anything, or we can move on?
Well, no, we need to delete it as requested because Mr. Johnson had objection to it being deleted.
All right, motion to delete without any objection. I don't know if we need a quote. Is there any objection to us deleting this item? Madam Clerk, hearing and seeing none, there's no objection. Item number 8 has been deleted.
Okay.
Let's move on. Mr. Jadon, I think you're up next, sir. We're about at number 50. You've been waiting patient back there a long time.
Waiting for Monday. Item 50 is a motion to approve $1 million funding in fiscal year 2026 general fund operating budget to support the new airline recruitment.
All right, Mr. Jadon, you coming up, and who's talking in this matter? Madam Clerk? Okay, all right. Who's
Mr. Young.
Come on up.
Come on up, either one.
You got to.
It is over here.
Go ahead.
Mr. John, please, for the record, please state your name and who you represent.
Herbert Judon, Augusta Regional Airport.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
So, sir, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, just kind of give you a little bit of background what we're asking. We're asking for funding support for what we call an MRG, and I'll just kind of be real brief with just some background. So this is to kind of help with the recruitment of additional airline service. And I want to kind of be, first of all, just, this doesn't guarantee that we're going to get any particular airline service, but this request is a bit time sensitive. And so what is an MRG? The acronym stands for a minimum revenue guarantee. And this is kind of an industry-wide, it's becoming kind of a best practice, especially in some of the smaller and mid-sized markets. And what this does is it allows airlines kind of a startup, essentially. So the airlines during the first year or so, typically airlines aren't going to go into a market that isn't sustainable long term. But oftentimes in that first year or so, they look for some support to get off, to make their routes more sustainable, to make their routes mature. And so that's kind of what these MRGs do. And what happens, the way that it works is airlines have a certain, each segment of their flights, there's a certain amount of minimum revenue that that the airlines need to reach kind of sustainability or profitability on that particular route. So these MRGs, when the airlines don't reach those particular revenue thresholds, that's kind of where it kicks in typically. So any funding support, I guess I wanted to make it clear, it's not a lump sum. So I know we're asking for a certain amount of money. That money would never be paid in a lump sum. The way that it would happen, again, if the airlines wouldn't reach these particular revenue thresholds, that's where it would kick in. And these would be kind of incremental payments, if even used at all. And so, again, for example, an airline would have a certain, like Augusta to X city would be a $10,000, for example, minimum revenue. So that's typically how it kicks in. And for us, some of the recruitment that we're looking at, we would not even look at touching this probably until maybe the second quarter of 2026. So it wouldn't be a full year, and again, it wouldn't be a lump sum. It would be something that would be incremental. We have a team of people that are kind of working on the recruitment. So we are working with other local governments. We're also working with private sector. So this is going to be kind of a consortium. And we've seen this in a lot of other cities as well, working together to do this. As I said, this has become kind of a best practice, especially in some of the smaller airports. This particular airline that we're recruiting, if we were to achieve it, what it would mean for us in the short term would be about 30,000 additional passengers into our market. So also, and I haven't done all the math, but you can kind of think about the different revenue generation with 30,000 additional passengers in our market. These funds would only be touched, and I want to make this clear too, they would only be touched if we were to, I'm going to use the word land, if we were to attract a new airline. So there's, from a cost-benefit standpoint, from a risk standpoint, cost-benefit return on investment, that's only if you were to attract a new airline. Again, this is, from my perspective, I look at this from twofold. From an economic development standpoint, you know, those of you that study economic development know that a strong airport with a lot of different routes, it always feeds into economic development, and also secondly, quality of life. I mean, that's one of the things I hear more so from the citizens in Augusta are additional routes to get different places. So this is an opportunity for us potentially to feed into a quality of life benefit for our constituents. So those are kind of some of the main elements of this opportunity. Again, I did want to make the points, especially monetarily, that again, this is probably something that doesn't happen until mid-year, second quarter of 2026. It is incremental. It is not. It will not be a lump sum. And again, it doesn't happen at all unless an airline commits to us. So your risk, there's limited risk from that perspective. Only if an airline commits to us would we be looking at this. And then lastly, again, to reiterate that this is a partnership, a consortium with other public and private sectors, although we are coming to this body first of all.
Thank you, Mr. Jadon. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I'm going to tell you, I'm excited just about the mere mention of another airline being introduced in our airport. Previously, before coming on the commission, I served on the Aviation Commission, and that's been one thing that our airport director was charged with doing. He and the staff have been charged with trying to cultivate interest and bringing more airlines. More airlines means more growth. More growth means more reasonable rates for everyone involved. This being a municipal airport, there's equal benefit and room for all of us to come to the table with this. And Mr. Judon, I applaud again you and the team for the cultivation of this interest. I do want to make a motion for us to push this back 2 weeks so that we can have a little bit more discussion and add some more clarity around this situation.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion to push this back 2 weeks, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Rice, you're still in the queue, ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Judon, I appreciate all the work that you do out at the airport. It's wonderful what you do. And I know the city of Augusta appreciates all your work, but I'm on second the motion so we can have some discussion with you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Commissioner Johnson, from the first.
Mr. Judon, where's your hard cutoff date? You said this is sensitive, so what is your hard date to have a decision made by this body?
I guess I don't have a particular hard date. The airline contact that I've been working with, we've been working pretty aggressively since probably about May or so. And without divulging too much, you know, and again, I don't want to make it that it's set in stone with this particular carrier. If they were to come here, they're looking at probably right before Masters. So I'm kind of doing more so backwards planning, because if an airline is going to come into your market, they need probably 4 to 6 months to get their infrastructure in place and to put RFPs and to get their crews in place. So we're getting really close to that that amount of time for them to do that backwards planning to be prepared for the spring if it were to happen.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Clark?
Hey, I'm going to ask the marshal to escort Mr. Judon out afterwards, because he's now teased the public with the fact that we got a new carrier coming, and now everybody's going to be twisting his arm to try to find out, because Susan is looking over her glasses right now saying, let's see. But no, seriously, I appreciate what you all are doing. This is definitely something you've been charged to do. But let's push this back 2 weeks so that we can have a more robust conversation and add some more components to this, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Madam Clerk, we have a motion to push this back 2 weeks with a second. We're prepared to vote.
That motion carries. With Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next item.
Item 51.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to name Coroner's Office Morgue, Mark Bowen Morgue, in the honor of Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson, the first, this is your item, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to request that we take this item and push it back another committee cycle or two. General Counsel is doing some deep digging into the policies that's on the books for this, and we want to make sure that he has enough time to get us the most accurate information as possible. We know that there's been a number of namings where individuals have still, you know, they're living, and we want to get down to the bottom of how we're able to accommodate. So I'm going to ask that this is moved to, let's say, the next full commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. There's been a request, Madam Clerk, that this be moved to the next full commission. Is there any objection to this matter being moved? Hearing no objections, Madam Clerk, it's moved to the next full commission.
Without objection. Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, 52.
Item 52, Mr. Lawrence Brennan requesting establishing a board to make final hiring decision on employee applications, thereby moving power from being solely in the hands of department directors.
All right, Commissioner Third, we will have a lack of quorum if you were to walk out, so I need you to stay, please. All right, Mr. Brandon, for the record, please state your name and address.
I thought we already had a lack of quorum when I saw the other commissioners, so we still got a quorum here?
We still have a quorum, sir. We have 7.
Oh, okay. I needed to understand how this works, because I thought the admin service had to be here. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, this full commission here. Come on with it.
Okay, all right.
For the record, name and address.
Lawrence Brandon, 445 Fenwick Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
All right, sir, you got the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. May it please this commission. Now, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. On November 12, 2024, in this chamber, the Admin Service Committee discussed the city's hiring policy in association with a request made by me to amend the City of Augusta's Equal Employment Opportunity Hiring Policy. During that discussion, Commissioner Lewis was adamant in his position that there should be a board making the final decision on certain employment applications. We can go back and look at the video because we keep records. Today, as the strong mayor, strong administrator debate heats up, I am echoing Commissioner Lewis's concept, but in a broader aspect. Because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Meaning, just as department directors enjoy the benefit of a board making the final decision on their hiring, so should the average citizen applying for employment with the city of Augusta. They too should enjoy that benefit. No more should we have strong department directors functioning as quasi-mob bosses with the power to single-handedly issue kill orders on employment applications coming from individuals they may, for whatever reason, have a bias against. And I'm not saying that's what's going on, but that's the risk that we take. That is the risk that must be eliminated. No longer should department directors be able to handpick their employees based on social and fraternal connections. There's a lot of that going on around here, and I am here to tell you that the public is becoming increasingly aware of it. For example, remember during the last mayoral cycle, when the then tax commissioner left his position to run for mayor? Remember when he lost, how he was able to immediately assume the position as chief deputy tax commissioner? There are a lot of members of the public who are upset about that. And look, don't kill the messenger, because I feel he don't kill the messenger now. Please don't kill the messenger. In their opinion, other qualified individuals should have at least had a chance to vie for that position. However, since the current tax commissioner had the sole authority to make the decision on who would become the chief.
Yeah, our attorney, I think this isn't relevant. Those are elected officials, turning point.
But he's starting to talk about other employees, and so we need to make sure that this is relevant to.
It's relevant. If you allow me to continue.
We got to let you continue, but you're on a strict kind of line.
As
here,
to
right?
a board, as to a board issue, but not specific employees being
no
hired.
No specific employees, no specific names or positions.
I have not called any names.
Okay, you have.
Okay. Right, I have not called any names.
Right. Come on, Mr. Brandon, continue.
All right. Plunk threw me off. However, since the current tax commissioner had the sole authority to make the decision who will become the chief deputy tax commissioner, the fix was already in. This is what the public is saying, not me. I'm just echoing their opinion. Granted, the tax commissioner is an elected position, whereas department directors are employed by the city government. However, the overarching theme is so analogous that it is virtually impossible to separate the two, and that's the relevance. Strong department directors opens the door to social discrimination. For example, because I have a political, social, or fraternal connection to Sally, I am going to hire Sally over Susie, who is not only sufficiently qualified, but is just as capable as Sally of performing the duties required of the position. That is the connection. And let me be clear when I say that this is not a personal attack on department directors, nor is this a personal attack on the tax commissioner and chief deputy tax commissioner. Instead, this is a continuation of what I have always represented when I step to the podium in this chamber, the interests of the common citizen. And I'm almost finished. Almost finished, y'all.
Come on with it, because we got somebody need a bathroom break.
I know it. The same, y'all put me, somebody just told me I'm a glutton for punishment. The same should be said for members of this body. None of you were elected to represent the interests of the so-called local elites. Instead, you were elected by the common citizens within your respective districts, and it is the best interest of the common citizen that you are bound to respect and pursue. And I'm almost done. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If there be any member of this body or a department director that wants to speak in opposition to my request, then I challenge him to go on record today in this chamber and tell the public why the common citizen should not receive the same beneficial treatment as department directors. Why should the measure of fairness they receive not extend across the entire application process? And I got 3 paragraphs left, and then y'all can run to the restroom. Just be patient with me. Remember, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Therefore, any voice that opposes a strong mayor or a stronger city administrator should, as a simple matter of avoiding the appearance of blatant hypocrisy, be opposed to strong department directors. Therefore, I am advocating Commissioner Lewis's position and taking it a step further, advocating that there should be a board of independent minds making final hiring decisions on all applications. And when I mean independent, I really mean independent. For every black board member, there should be a white board member. If there be a board member with heavy political leanings, then there should be another board member with opposing political leanings to offset the appearance of political favoritism. The local government is not meant to be politicized. This is not the Georgia General Assembly or Congress. This is a municipality governing approximately 200,000 citizens. Take the politics out. Let's do what's best for all people of Augusta, Richmond County. And today I am formally requesting a motion to discuss, because I don't want to just get shut down out the gate. It's just a motion to discuss establishing a board to make all final hiring decisions on all employment applications be made, seconded, and forwarded to the full commission, because I don't know if we have this, I don't know, well, I guess you all will figure it out. If that is not favorable to this committee, then I request that a motion be made to refer this matter to the Charter Review Committee, which I hope they are functioning, because what we're reading, I hope they're functioning correctly by now, to put this on its agenda for public comment. Remember, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you, and I welcome all questions. I don't think there will be any, but...
Well, there's going to be questions. We got some folks up here, and this is the full commission, even though we're barely at a quorum. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for coming before us. Thank you for the letter you wrote me 3 weeks ago. Your writing skills are amazing.
Thank you.
One thing, if you would, in the future, when you come before us, give us a copy of what you're reading. Because with that microphone, the only thing I heard basically was that last statement was you want us to make a motion. What kind of motion was you saying?
Well, I wanted to make it, if it was left up to me, I would just say, just kill the power completely. But I know these things have to go through discussion.
What power are you talking about?
Department directors, they have the sole power to hire and fire. When I was here, when we was having this discussion on November 12th, 2024, Commissioner Lewis, I remember him, he was adamant, he was firm in his position that he thought that there should be a board making these final hiring decisions on certain applications. We got the record. Because you can go back and look it up.
Right.
He was adamant in that position, and I'm just advocating his position that there should be a board making these final. Because if the directors get the benefit, why can't that extend to the common? My fight has always been for the common citizen. Why can't that fight extend to the common citizen?
You are persistent, and you are persistent and consistent. I can promise you that. I've been saving that up for about 2 months, by the way. But anyway, as far as hiring, that's done through our HR department. The directors say, hey, I need somebody who could actually do a survey. And this is the scope of service. And it goes through, put online, and applications are filled out. I don't think it's on the application what the person is. And I think the directors are probably one of the last people who actually is in that pecking order of the hiring and the firing as far as the cost, too, of what the salary is. I might be wrong. But we don't get into that part of the no different than I was telling Mr. Bala. The only thing we do as a commission, we hire SES employees and directors and administrator. That's our limitation. But what we do is set policy.
Okay.
But we do try to hire the best qualified directors possible that comes out of application pool. And we look at their history, their experience, and their knowledge, and what they could bring to the table. Mm-hmm. And so for us to undermine them and say, no, we can't let you do that, that wouldn't be good for our directors, because they will lose faith on their job duties.
They will lose faith on their job duties. And for the record, I guarantee you that they will notify you. They will give you a firing or hiring decision. A director will do that. I know that. I speak from experience. And y'all know I go through these things.
Have you worked for Augusta Richmond County?
No, I've been rejected. I go through these things, but you know, y'all got my letter. You know my path. You know whether these things are approved or not, they don't really affect me. It's not for me. It's for the people who don't have the voice.
I admire that your past didn't hold you back. It did not. You actually went to school, went to law school.
Not yet. On the way.
But what I'm saying, you didn't let it hold you back. You didn't stop there. And I admire that about you. But you are persistent. But as far as us getting into the weeds on how people are hired, that's not our job. If there's something wrong with our policy, we could change it.
Okay.
Okay? But as far as, we got to wait till a director or administrator or an HR say, hey, there's something wrong with our policy. Let's fix it. And I think you've seen it today where we've seen issues come up before us. Let's solve this problem. Let's put something in place so it doesn't keep from happening again. But for us just to throw out innuendo saying, I think that this is going on without substantial evidence, it's not going on. It's the way we have to look at it. We have to look at everything blind and listen to right from wrong. But I definitely appreciate you coming before us.
Okay.
Mr. Brandon,
Huh?
come on with it. You got time. Come on. You still have the floor.
Commissioner Lewis, if it couldn't be done, then why? Because we got the video. Why was he saying that he thought it should be a board?
He spoke on how he felt, but the entire body did not vote, so there was no action. That was his opinion, no different than we have opinions. But you can't run with that saying that the commission approved it. That wouldn't be the case. Did we take action and vote on it?
No, I didn't say. It's not that you approved it, but what I'm doing is I'm advocating his position.
Right.
If he was suggesting that maybe it could be done. I'm not saying it was. That's what I'm advocating here today. Saying that perhaps it can be done, because sometimes you just need a board because people have their biases. Everyone has it, and some people can't control it. I might get rejected for a job simply because I challenged the ban the box policy. I'm not saying that's what's going on, that would go on, but it's just the risk that we take. That's the risk that we take.
With every action, there's a reaction, and there's a ripple effect on everything we do up here. But I appreciate you coming before us, but as far as what you're asking us to do is take the out of the hands of department directors. I mean, I'm looking at department directors in here. I don't see a power struggle. I think they actually just trying to hire the best qualified people because it makes them look good, by the way.
We rotate in and out of here.
Your marshal escort out of here?
No, you don't need a marshal escort out of here. You're gonna be all right, Mr. Brandon. You know, I always admire your advocacy and your passion for everything that you do. So, my question to you is: have you approached the Charter Review Committee to at least talk about some of the things that you speak of today? Have you met with the chairwoman or anybody who serves on that committee to get an audience with them?
I was gonna. That's what I said. If that is not favorable to this commission, then I request that a motion be made to refer this matter to the Charter Review Committee. Now I don't know if for public comment. So if it's favorable, then they could put it in however to vote on next year.
Yeah, all right, Commissioner.
Yeah, could y'all send this to the Charter Review Committee?
All right, Attorney Plunkett, I see you in the queue, sir.
Oh Lord,
Mr. Mayor, it's not a mechanism of you sending it to the Charter Review. I think it's by Friday. Anybody can make it just like a delegation for this body. Mr. Brandon can be on the agenda to be a delegation for the Charter Review Committee. So he would not be able to make this week's meeting which is Thursday, but he could do it by this Friday, and he would be on the following. It'd be 2 weeks from tomorrow. So that's always there, and it's the beginning of the meeting. He has the ability to be heard. So he could say it at that time.
all right. I just do it 2 weeks from now.
You can do it?
I just go to them.
Well, you know how to do it.
But it needs to be done is it online? Online.
It needs to be done online. Madam Clerk,
I don't know how to do it online.
AugustaGA.gov, is it /CRC? I'm thinking that's it.
He can get it from the clerk's page.
Okay.
There's a request form on the clerk's webpage for you to make that application.
Okay.
Listen, there are community listening sessions too. I highly encourage you to go to those and reach out to these committee members and just like you're talking to the commission, they have the ability to affect change as well. So talking to them certainly gives you an opportunity to continue to push your efforts for change. Chair recognizes Commissioner Barnhill-Turnley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Brandon, I've got your letters and I do read them. Before I joined this commission, I was the vice chair of the CRC committee. I suggest that you do reach out for either Marcy Wilhelmi, who's the chairperson, and you live, you said Telfair Street, I think that's District 1. Mr. Jordan, is that your? Then I suggest the second person you should reach out to is Sheffy Robinson, because she represents District 1. But talk to both of them, and they're definitely willing to listen. Maybe you can, do the open records request, so they will hear what you have to say. You only have 3 minutes. You don't have 5 like you got here. You got 3. But that's the time to make your case. And they're still formulating everything. So I think this is a perfect time to talk with them about your concerns. And the subcommittee would be the Form of Government Subcommittee, which is chaired by Steve Fouché.
Okay.
So you got 3 people, Marcy Wilhelmi, Sheffy Robinson, or Steve Fouché, that will definitely, the whole committee, but I know those 3 in particular.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. All right. That's it?
Mr. Brandon, I think that's it, sir. Before you leave, I'm just going to say go Eagles, because I see you properly represent Georgia Southern there.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here today. All right. Madam Clerk, I think we got one more item, but unfortunately, Commissioner
we
Pulliam
have
is not
2
here to
more.
address it. 2 more.
Yeah,
I
we
see
have 2
item
more.
54.
And item 38 was pulled by the administrator. She wants to do a report back on an issue from our last meeting.
38. All right, let's address 54 first. I don't think the commissioner from the second is here. Can we just move that to either next commission? She's already moved it? Okay. She's requested to move it. All right, let's go to item number 38 then, Madam Clerk.
Okay, full commission, back to the full commission.
I'm imagining
Okay.
she's going to make that request directly to you.
Oh, okay.
All right, item 38.
Item 38 is a motion to install a drain at 1912 Ellis Street.
All right, Madam Administrator.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. So at our last committee meeting, we discussed bringing back some information to you on how we will proceed for 1912 Ellis Street. I appreciate Ms. Johnson's patience today. So we met with the engineering department and we got some feedback from them as to how we could proceed on 1912 Ellis Street. I'm not sure if Dr. Flight is going to address it or Mr. Ushery was here earlier to address it. Mr. Jackson, do you think you could address it?
Yes, good afternoon. As Ms. Allen said, we did meet internally to talk about this. This is an outstanding issue from many, many years ago, from what I understand. It's been brought before the commission on several occasions. Our office has done everything we possibly could. We've funded reports from Cranston Engineering about the assessment of the drainage in the area, about the homes along that even block of Ellis Street. We've done assessments, and it's been presented to the commission. I've even provided a summary to Ms. Allen stating the purpose of each one of those reports that was funded and presented to the commission. I was hoping that Mr. Ussery would be in attendance today because as a department, they have been tasked with sort of coming up with a roadmap as to how we resolve this in terms of drainage. Based on last week's recommendations and discussions, there was a roadmap we put in place. I forwarded all those documents and those reports to engineering. They were going to forward it to GDOT for an official review and a report. As of today, I don't have that back yet. I anticipate getting that back this week. Ultimately, GDOT's probably going to have to weigh in on this because either GDOT's responsible, Augusta's responsible, or no one's responsible, meaning there's just too many factors that play into this to determine what is the factoring cause of it. So again, I was hoping Mr. Ussery would be back today. I have been contacting Commissioner Johnson all the communication over the past 24 hours. My hope is to make sure that we provide the commissioners an update by next committee cycle because we do want to acknowledge Ms. Johnson and all of her patience. But I guess the roadmap, my recommendation would be just to bring it back to committee next week to give you an update as to what GDOT's response is in terms of any type of coordination they can have with engineering department and bring it back before the commission.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. Ms. Johnson, I thank you for your patience. I see you sitting back there, and I thought you were just there for the entertainment purposes of this meeting, but certainly appreciate your patience. Chair recognizes Commissioner George Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're talking about today are 2 different things. The first thing that we're talking about, from what I hear Deputy Administrator Jackson speaking of, is a larger fix for the entire block of Ellis Street. The issue that we're dealing with is that the runoff water from Calhoun Expressway is causing substantial flooding in on that block of Ellis Street from the store on the corner up until about the church on the upper left-hand side. And so that's one thing. The second part here is just that the drainage from the city is inadequate. So you have the DOT's bridge as one factor here, and then you have the fact that the city's drainage is inadequate. So that's two things. And ultimately what's going to have to happen is that SPLOST 9 is going to have to foot the bill for a larger infrastructure project to address this entire block. We said this 2 years ago. So yes, GDOT has to weigh in, but we said this 2.5 years ago when Ms. Johnson came up here before about our responsibility through SPLOST. And those dollars were allocated. So prayerfully we can get this thing passed in May so we can keep going on the larger scale. And getting GDOT involved is going to be helpful. But what I'm speaking on specifically here is not to put in some huge East Augusta-like drain in the slap dab middle of Ms. Johnson's property. That's not what was ever suggested. On the day that we were all out on the property, engineering staff assessed what was going on in that moment and on the spot suggested a solution. With the drainage project being a part of it, with the DOT being involved, they suggested a specific solution that could remedy the water from settling and just standing in Ms. Johnson's yard. And that's what's being discussed right now. So we understand that there was a Cranston report done, there is a GDOT request made, that there is a big infrastructure project that needs to happen. That's not been debated. That needs to happen regardless. But what we're talking about today is the suggestion that the engineering staff made on the spot on the day that we all were on location. That's what I want to move forward with on implementing. Simply because the staff said it could work. Dr. Malik was there, everyone was there. The staff said it could work, but they refused to do it without the commission approving it, right? There was a message that went out. We can get this done. Which direction do you want us to go? We need commission approval. Second thing I want to address is this conversation about having to make Ms. Johnson responsible for whatever upkeep of this drain. You know, it was painted as though she would have to pull out of her pocket to have water sucked out of the drain or to have a plumber come in and do hard work, when in actuality, the only maintenance that she would be required to do, according to that department, would be just basically keeping leaves and dirt from getting into this drain area. So what I'm asking the commission to do, and if this has to go back to the next committee, let's do it. But I will hope that when it comes back, that we're not saying we got to send it back because somebody who has the information isn't here to give it, when we paying people pretty nicely to be here to give us answers. What I want to be able to see is that she's not having to wait another 2 years to be able to get something done on her property. She's already been dropped from her homeowner's insurance. She already has damages to the home that she could very much so ask the city to pay for versus just going this route. I want to make sure that Ms. Johnson gets the help that she needs. And they say, well, if we do it for her, we have to do it for everybody. Everybody on that street isn't having water backing up into their kitchen and into their bedrooms. Her house is. And on any given day, if it rains really bad, I would welcome a tour, and I'm sure she would too, just so that you can get an understanding of what's being done or what's happening at 1912 Ellis. So the infrastructure project is one thing. This drain to alleviate this issue is another. And that's what I'm hoping that we'll be able to address at our next committee cycle, including the cost of putting the drain in, the type of drain that your staff was talking about, like all of these things, because if we wait until SPLOST, then she's probably not going to get her yard taken care of at least for another year or so. So that's adding more time to the issue that she has down there. So I know there are other colleagues in the queue, and I pause here, but I want to make sure that we keep focused on what the topic at hand is, and that is this apparatus that the department has suggested could help Ms. Johnson's issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Clark from the fifth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, I echo the sentiments from the commissioner from the first. I said some of these same things and some of the same concerns. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to ask you if you can please give us a couple weeks. We don't have all the details. We don't have all the people, and we really need everything comprehensively, as opposed to just piecemealing it and making a decision. We don't have everything in front of us. Give us the 2 weeks so that we can get everyone in place. Dr. Malik is out until next week. His personnel that also are going to be vital to making this decision aren't here. So we need to make sure that we have everybody here. But Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to push this back. Deputy Director Jackson and Ms. Allen, would 2 weeks be suffice to get everyone together, to get everything?
Let me clarify something, if I could.
Yes, ma'am.
That Commissioner Johnson stated, and he's exactly right. When we were out there, it was a solution. I feel for Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Jackson and I both have been adamant about trying to get a solution to Ms. Johnson. However, when that solution was determined and recommended, and we were like, let's make it happen, that person who had made that recommendation was told not to proceed. Not by this governing body and not by administration. They were told not to proceed. So then, it came back up on last week at the committee meeting, and it was as if there was a solution to Ms. Johnson's problem. So again, me and Deputy Jackson got together and said, okay, there's a solution, because evidently something that's just come out of the air now is a way to move forward. Because Mr. Jackson will tell you, it's a list on my desk, and Ms. Johnson is one of them. So when we met with engineering, it was not a solution like we originally thought based on what was presented at the committee meeting. So when we met with them, it was talking about GDOT and how they played the role. So Mr. Jackson, as he stated, asked that documentation be sent to GDOT, because if it is a GDOT situation, they need to be made aware of it so that they can get back with us and be held accountable for resolving the issue. Well, after that, we, our engineering staff looked at it and they determined, well, I don't think it's necessarily GDOT or the city's situation. So we're back at square one. So I'll be honest with you, to Commissioner Johnson's disappointment and aggravation, because I like to resolve things and I like to get it done. I don't like things to continuously be discussed over and over. And it's like me and Mr. Jackson were both, in a circle about how we're going to resolve it. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to delay it so we can get some finality to it when Dr. Malik, because I'm at a loss as why a solution was acted as if it was going to be presented on last week, and then we meet with their team. There is no solution, and they're now looking at various options like we were back at square one 10 months ago. And I don't think that's fair to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Administrator Allen. Attorney Plunkett, I see you in the queue, sir.
If I may just follow up on Ms. Allen's, what she's saying, we also have two other issues. One is doing public works on private property, so that's a concern. It's not that we don't want to address problems that may be our responsibility, but if it is not our responsibility, and that's part of the issue that was being addressed with the contact in the GDOT. So basically, from a property law situation is that water is to be, flows as a sheet and not diverted. And so if you think of it this way, is that if we have a right-of-way and we are now diverting water onto something, that party may have responsibility. And if it's just that, somebody lives at the bottom of the hill, they have to expect to have water on their property. But you don't, just because you're going to water the bottom of the hill, you don't get to divert it into like one pipe onto their property. So it has to flow as nature would have it. And so what we're trying to verify is whether or not the County Expressway, is it diverting extra water onto her property, obviously for many, many, many years, but that's part of the issue. And if, from a cost-saving standpoint, if GDOT has something in there, they should be responsible for it. If it's Augusta's drainage, and I hate to sound like I'm creating problems at the last minute, but we really didn't know about this till last week from a legal standpoint. And, on my notes are what documents do we need from Ms. Johnson? So it's not something that they're going to, administration is going to do, and then the lawyers are going to just bog it down. We want to be proactive. But I want to let y'all understand why GDOT is important and why this private property issue is this, and why it sounds like, well, it might not be our problem, sounds just kind of like an off-the-cuff idea. It has to do with property rights and flow of water. And so when we fix it, if we're able to fix it, we want to do it not only correctly, but we want to do it legally so that we don't have this. And clearly, obviously, the SPLOST 9 takes out of a lot of these problems if we get to that. But I think you have an immediacy issue that we want to address. But let's see if there's other people who may be obligated. So that's why we're all trying to work together, and probably it's a weird thing that legal would be involved at this juncture, but we're trying to make sure that we're not doing something that creates problems going forward for Ms. Johnson and the city.
Thank you. Attorney Plunkett. All right, Commissioner Clark?
Yes, sir. So, Ms. Allen, Attorney Plunkett, Deputy Jackson, if you all could just clarify what would be the appropriate time frame for us to delay this. I don't want to delay it 2 weeks and you're still not ready. It sounds like we still got a lot more due diligence to do in this regard to really kind of vet this out appropriately. Do you all have a recommended time frame?
Mr. Clark, and I'm going to speak for the administration, and maybe I shouldn't. I think we should come back in 2 weeks to tell you what's going on.
Okay.
Now, maybe tell you that we still need 2 more weeks, but I would think it would be better for y'all as well as Ms. Johnson to know that we can tell you what we've determined or not determined or who we still need to do. But I think that sometimes it feels like it's a black hole if you say 4 weeks, you don't know what's going on. And we can certainly give you an interim report of what we can do or where we are on this project.
All right. So 2 weeks. Madam Clerk, that'll be next full commission, right? All right. I'd like to make the motion to push this back to the next full commission with the understanding that staff will give us updates of where we stand and how to move forward. Please, let's make sure that we have all personnel needed and necessary for this. I know we got folks that are out of pocket right now. Let's just make sure we have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, there's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark to move this to the next commission, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't disagree with the motion or any of the conversation being held. I think it's a good step forward. But I want to take it another step, and I want to be able to find out why the department would go to Ms. Johnson at that vulnerable moment and look her in her face and tell her that here's a solution, and then turn back around and say that it's not a solution. That's what I want to know. Yeah, oh yeah, it definitely happened. I was out there. We were out there. Ms. Johnson was out there. Ms. Allen was out there. Dr. Malik was out there. Engineering staff was out there. Looked us dead in the face and said, oh, I can do this and this can work. And he was told not to proceed without commission approval. Oh, I can do this. This would work right now. I can come back out here and do this. So here's my thing. I get what we're saying, but a couple days before Helene, we were in Ms. Johnson's yard, and she was told that this was the solution for her property and for her issue because X, Y, and Z. I want that staff to be held accountable for misleading this agenda item, because I would never just put something on the agenda without thinking it through or not knowing that something was there. This comes directly from the department itself. So I'm not disappointed. I would use a different word, but the point here is we were told one thing, and now we're saying, oh, that's not feasible. That can't work. Somebody don't need a job if they're going to be out here misleading the people. Well, I am not saying they're going to. I don't need your response. What I'm saying is,
sir,
well, what I'm saying
Commissioner
is,
from the 10th.
He's out of order.
Commissioner Johnson has the floor, sir.
Thank you. And I'm not saying that they're going to lose their job. I'm saying that they shouldn't be out here misleading the public like that, especially when they're looking her dead in her eye, telling her this is a solution. So I have every right to be annoyed, Commissioner Guilfoyle, Mayor Pro Tem. So within the next couple of weeks, yes, please, let's get everybody to the table like they were supposed to be today, and let's make sure that we get an understanding of how to move forward with Ms. Johnson's issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Madam Clerk, we have a motion in a second. Let's vote.
That motion carries. You voted yes, so that will make it 8. All right, Ms. Pulliam out, Mr. Lewis out, Ms. Mr. Garrett out.
Madam Clerk, does that conclude our business beside the legal session we got to go to here in just a minute? I'm just messing with, look at that look. Does that conclude our business for the day?
That was real messy.
Is that everything, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
If so, this
Yes,
meeting is
sir.
hereby adjourned. Thank you.